Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. This is Pamela, and you are watching Pam Entertainment TV. As you come in, let me see if my comments are up. They are up on the screen, but I'll definitely repost it. Make sure you all are entering in and paying your tithes. Put it back up. As you all enter, please hit that like button, hit that heart, or on Twitch, you all call it gifting bits. Go ahead and get that done for me. I really would appreciate it. I really would appreciate it. I don't know if I could be bigger. Let's see how that makes me look. Okay. Y'all, a little birdie has told me I'm going to insist that you all have your grease cutter. Whatever cuts your grease, this right here is some hand sanitizer. If you got some goop off or whatever it is that cuts your oil, because I understand it was icky, sticky, slimy, and downright nasty up in this courtroom today. Understand that one of the debauchery nights, the hotel nights, so have we have all known it to be the freak offs. The video was played in the courtroom, people. And honey, revelations, revelations, revelations. So we were able to understand what was going on, and we are definitely we're going to go over all of this information. Let me read to you first, because again, we have CNN, we have NBC News, and we have Inner City Press. I do want to recap yesterday, because something happened that evening that I do want to go over. They had concluded and adjourned for the day, but the judge had to admonish Sean Diddy Combs and his team about Sean's behavior in court. Apparently, remember yesterday morning, he was admonished for looking at the jury and nodding and doing all of this, kind of saying like whatever Westmoreland was doing, y'all need to be into that. Remember all of that? Well, the judge, he did it again that evening, and the judge admonished him. And he said that if it happens one more time, he was going to have to spend he won't be able to be within the courtroom during the trial. Also, I heard that there, now this is some blogger tea. Apparently, one of the bloggers in the courtroom doxed Jane Doe on one of this particular blogger's live. Not once, but twice. So I don't know if this particular blogger is still in the courtroom today, because from what my understanding is that the courts are watching, and they are watching the blogs. And if they're doing that, they're asking you not to come in the courtroom. So I don't know if this particular blogger can come in the courtroom or not, but that's just some interesting tea. So I will tell you all this. There is a reason why there is anonymity, and we all should respect it. If you know who this person is, that's fine, but don't type it anywhere. Don't go into anybody's live stream trying to show everybody that you're just up and stuff. And I don't understand why this person has to be anonymous. All this freaky stuff that they're doing, why do they have to be anonymous? There is a reason. Even though the court hearing is public, and that's what it's supposed to be, but if a witness needs anonymity, we have to respect that. because we don't know what goes on in these people's lives. And just because we want to out them because we know who they are, and everybody need to know how freaky these people are and all this stuff, that's not, no. We're in a court of law. There is a reason why that person has to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But if the courts and the judge deem that anonymity is important, then it's important. I know a lot of you all have an issue with character and have an issue with the stuff that they were doing. That's fine. You have your issue, but it's not your job to out people. And when you do that, when you out these people, if you all had to be in these lives and you are typing these folks' names in these lives and something happens to these people, that is on y'all. That is on y'all. So just letting you all know, you all need to be a little bit more mature about this whole thing. If these types of cases cannot have your maturity, or if you feel like you're not mature enough to think beyond yourselves and your need to feel important in certain lives and feel important on the internet to let everybody know you know something, if you want to kiki and cackle about it, start your own lives, start your own stuff, gather your people, go into a private room and kiki and hop all day. But if you know that your information is going to be public on these screens, y'all better stop this stuff. Y'all better stop this stuff. All right, so I'm going to give you some overall information. I think that will work better if I go with what the outlets say first, and then we go to the transcripts as they are from thing, because I think we get confused reading the transcripts, and I think it works better for us. It works better for us to do this. So what did we learn in court yesterday? I talked about the rebuking of Sean Diddy Combs from the jury twice. Jane came on the stand and she described the hotel nights, debauchery nights, aka freak-offs. She says she became frustrated because she did not want to participate in the freak-offs. However, you know, he was plying her, he was giving drugs, he was paying her all of her bill. He had her to relocate to Los Angeles. He was paying her bills, all of these different things. He was paying her $10,000 a month. She said it got to a point where the money that she received from Sean was her main income because, again, as Cassie has said, those freak-offs started to become jobs. Hello? Oh, you're from Twitch. Hello, Stella. All right. So those things have become jobs, and she was getting tired. She was getting kind of tired of doing it, but she felt obligated because he was paying all the bills. And you know, I talked with you all yesterday about all of that. Fine. So let's get into it. So we're going to go. So it says here, let me share the screen. It's just letting me. All right. Lawyers discuss evidentiary issues before testimony begins. Prosecutors and defense attorneys are discussing summary charts of text messages that have already been admitted into evidence. Prosecutors want to highlight the charts for the jury. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said that the prosecution teams want to include in the summary chart a photo of Sean Diddy Combs' phone showing messages between Combs and Jane that was recovered from his former chief of staff, Christina Corum's phone. Comey said that you can see that Corm's hand holding Combs's phone, which shows Corm knowledge of the events described in the text messages, and that Corm had access to Combs' phone. We've got Jane is back on the stand. Jane testifies that Combs wanted her to be wild and sexual. Jane testifies she traveled to Las Vegas with Sean Diddy Combs around 2023. She flew on Combs' private jet to get there, and they had a hotel night. She confirmed that she had intimate relations with the entertainer. She testified yesterday that with an entertainer. She testified yesterday that entertainers were the other men she would have to have intimate relations with at Combs' direction. Jane said that Combs used the term freak to refer to her, sometimes by saying he wants his freak. And she said it meant that Combs wanted her to be wild and sexual. Okay. All right, here we go. Video recording captures a conversation between Jane, Combs, and another man. Jane said that she asked Sean Diddy Combs to allow the men he directed her to have intimate relations with to wear condoms during the hotel nights on several occasions. Combs was typically dismissive, she said. A video recording of a hotel night captured a conversation between Jane, Combs, and a man named Don. In the recording, Jane could be heard asking Don to wear a condom, but Combs intervened, expressing his disapproval. Prosecutor Maureen Comey asked Jane why she needed Combs' permission to have the man she was in an intimate relation to wear a condom. Jane seemed to get emotional on the stand and said she was still trying to process that. She said she didn't insist on the using of a condom because Combs would be unhappy. When asked why there was a recording of that hotel night, Jane said, because Sean liked recording me and the entertainers. All right, so we'll stop right there. I just wanted to highlight that this is what we're getting into. And for anybody who is sensitive to this type of stuff, this would be the time for you to log off, because this sounds like we are getting into the depths of debauchery nights, the depths of freak off nights, the depths of hotel nights. And so if that bothers you, this would be the perfect time for you all to log off. All right. So let's go ahead and share my screen. So we're going to go to Inner Cities Press, and we'll go up until what we have from CNN. And before we do that, let me make sure. Okay, we got a little bit more information from NBC. It says, Combs did not want to use protection, his former girl testified. Jane was asked what protection she and her entertainers used during the hotel nights, and she said that they used none because Combs did not want it. Jane said that she asked Combs at least twice if the entertainer could wear protection. The second time she asked was at a Miami hotel, and she said he responded almost incensed and guilt-tripped her. He said he didn't want to see a rubber while he was watching, she said. She broke down in sobs as she described encounters with entertainers during alleged hotel nights. And she said she could go on for multiple rounds. And remember, these multiple rounds included drugs, ecstasy, ketamine, and all of this other stuff. When she wanted to stop for the time, she said she would tell Combs she was tired, to which he would respond, "You're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's finish strong." She said through tears that she didn't know why she didn't outright tell Combs she wanted to stop, and that he would give her multiple doses of ecstasy per night in order to keep her awake. All right. Jane told the jury that she tried to get hotel nights over with as soon as she could. Combs didn't like that. He asked me to slow things down and do more foreplay, she explained. When she tried to speed things up, he would allegedly say, "Not yet." All right. Now let's go to Inner City Press. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So before the jury get in, and this is what we read before, we talked about Judge. What about the screenshots of the text between Miss Ventura and Miss Coram? Shapiro. Only the text should be admitted, not the photo. Prosecution. The juries should know that it's a screenshot, not the text. Prosecution. My error was only look at the first message. I apologize. Judge. You may like screenshots as opposed to the text. Prosecution. Judge, I'm not done. Prosecution. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I understand. I'm just not sure this is the hill you want to die on. Combs lawyer Driscoll. These texts, you have thousands of videos of my client performing every weekend on your phone. They are backwards looking and hearsay. We argue that Mr. Combs was upfront about the non-monogamous nature of the relationship, as Jane said. Prosecution. In their opening, they attacked Jane's credibility, called it all consensual. As you heard yesterday, Jane felt coerced. They have opened the door. Judge. They are admissible to rebut the defense's opening. So it is appropriate to introduce those statements. Driscoll. The government sent us 6 years of text messages. Then they somewhat reduced them. We stand by our objections. The foundation has not been laid. Judge. The government should lay the foundation. Prosecution. We've laid that. We've laid it. Judge. Bring in the jury and the witness. So they're arguing that there's so many texts that they don't know which text that they're talking about or whatever. And they said that we laid the foundation for that already. You just need to keep up. All right. So bring in the jury and the witness. Prosecution. Comey. Good morning. How many times did you travel to Las Vegas? Jane. Once on Sean's plane. He was hosting an event. Then he wanted entertainment for the night. We had that. Comey. What do you mean? Jane. An entertainer. We had intimate relations. Prosecution. What did going off the grid mean? Going off the grid? What does going off the grid mean? Jane. Getting free. Did Sean call you a freak? Jane. Yes. He wanted me to be wild and sexual. Prosecution. Did you ask Sean if the entertainers could wear condoms? Protection? Jane, yes. That first time with Dawn and another, Sean guilt tripped me out of it. It was not something he wanted to see. Prosecution. What was his tone? Jane. Condescending. Did he say why he didn't want the entertainers to wear protection? Answer. He did not want to see a rubber. Question. Did you raise it ever when sober and not in a hotel room? Answer. Yes. Question. Was this ever recorded? Answer. Yes. One that I'm aware of. I am trying to ask the entertainer if he could wear protection and he's looking for it. Question. Prosecution. I'd like to call up this exhibit with an aide. Did you listen to this? Answer. Yes. Prosecution. And did you read the transcripts that was upon the screen? Answer. Yes. The screen is not visible to the gallery. So then we have this scratchy audio played. Feels like it's about to get oily up in here, and we need to have as much grease spider as we can. Good gosh. All right. Let's start at 8 minutes and 20 seconds. When you said, I think they're in the chair, what were you referring to? Answer, protection. Prosecution. What did you understand? What did you understand what Sean meant when he said you were just taking that D? Excuse me. Answer, that we had already had intercourse. Question. And when he said, if you don't touch yourself right now, what was he saying? Jane, to just move on. Prosecution. Why do you think you needed permission from Sean for the man having relations with you, with your body, to wear protection? Objection. Judge, overruled. Prosecution. Sidebar. Judge, sure. So they have a little sidebar, and then they come on back. And prosecution. Question. Why did you not say no? Answer. He'd get agitated. Question. How would intercourse with an entertainer end? Answer. He'd finish on me. Question. Then what with Sean? Answer. We'd have relations. Question. Would you clean up the ejaculate? Answer. No. Question. Why not? Answer. Sean liked it, to play around with it. We heard this from Cassie, that he'd like for her to rub it on his chest. Let's see what he would like for Jane Doe to do. Then question, then what? Answer, I take a shower and get ready for the next one. Prosecution. Typically, how many rounds? Objection. Judge, overruled. Answer, every entertainer was different. Some 3. He was 304 and them out. And so what we see here is a pattern. There is a pattern. He is directing his fantasies. And again, he knew which woman to do, because I'm willing to bet you the girlfriend that he was dating and she had a fiance, I doubt that she was, because again, people know how to pick. Hey, happy Friday. Hey, Donna, happy Friday. People know how to pick their people. And we could say that all the time and we can talk all this stuff, but people know how to pick their folk. They know how to pick the people that they want to be able to do these things with. And people find it ha ha he he, but people know how to do this. Let's continue. And so someone who has this kind of hunger, need for these types of things, what happens when that hunger and that need is not obtained when they want to? because now in my head, it's starting to bring back into play some of these other lawsuits. And I would be curious to juxtapose the time frame in which these other lawsuits say that things happened versus the time periods in which he did not have someone to do the freak offs, debauchery nights, and the hotel nights. I definitely would want to. I would love to have that. Excuse me one moment. I would love to know that because now I'm interested to know if the people who are suing in these lawsuits, do these lawsuits correspond, excuse me, y'all, do these lawsuits correspond with time periods in which he couldn't obtain the debauchery nights, the hotel nights, the freak offs? Let's continue. Diddy has a pattern. The quote lover boy shaking my head. Yes, they know how to pick their victims. They study you before they put you in your web, of course. And again, I will say this: there's no way that you can be, because Diddy is aware who her baby father is. There's no way that you can make me believe that he didn't know who this woman was, how she moved, and everything. Prosecution. Would you decide if you could stop when you were tired? Jane. Sean, and then she starts to cry. Child, I thought I had to sneeze. Then she starts to cry. Prosecution. Question. Do you need a moment? Answer. I'm sorry. What was your question? Question. How do you say you wanted to stop? Answer. I'd say like I'm hungry. Make little faces. Prosecution. Excuse me. Answer. I'd send him subtle cues. Prosecution. What would he say? He'd say, you're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's go out on a high note. Let's finish strong. And you know what's so sad? Is he talks like that in real life. Now, what I mean by that is, if you ever listened to him in an interview, and if you ever watched him on Making the Band, if you ever watched him doing stuff, even when he was doing like his Instagram posts, his TikTok, because he was big on IG Live for a little while. He would talk like that. He would talk like that. Exactly. 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 Because there's no way. Because how are you? You're dating somebody else. You're dating a friend. Because you think about this. This is the diabolical Diddy diabolical games. Not DDG. But anyway. But listen, but let's be real. Let's listen to this. He invites the friend and tells her to invite her friends over because they're going to go, they want to party or something like that. It's a free trip for all of them. And he probably named her, which was the reason. If you remember the testimony yesterday, she said her friend had them leave the party or the yacht or whatever it was. They had them leave it real quick. I think they were in Miami. But they had them leave the function real quick because the friends started peeping that Diddy was paying attention to her friend. So then when they come back the next night is movie night. He's already got her number, which is what he wanted in the first place. And so all the while they're watching this movie, he's texting her. This was all, you cannot convince me that this wasn't part of a diabolical plan. Because watch, and again, this is hearsay. I don't know these people. I'm just speculating. So everything I'm about to say is alleged. If I say something, I'm just giving my opinion. I don't have any basis in fact. However, look at Diddy's pattern when he's dating someone. And I'm going to take you way back. I'm going to take you back to Stacey Lattisaw. Because Stacey Lattisaw was dating Johnny Gill. And then he became one of her background dancers. And then all of a sudden, he just had to talk to or had to tap Stacey Lattisaw. Why? Because she was involved with someone else. So he gets hired because now this is back when he was going to Howard. Because Stacey Lattisaw and Johnny Gill were big in the Washington, D.C. area, in the DMV. Yes, Diddy was one of her background dancers. And so he made sure that he, because he was big on throwing parties and they would go to his parties and stuff like that. Because while he was supposed to be going to school, everybody knew him for throwing the parties. All right. So when that section got small and he got that, I guess the internship at Uptown Records with Andre Harrell in them. Who was Andre Harrell's secretary? And who was she? And I don't know if they were married or not, but who was she dating? Who was she dating at the time? And who she had a baby with at the time? That's right. Perfect combination. That was Kim Porter. Now, Kim Porter was into Al B. Sure. And he did the same thing he did with Stacey Lattisaw. He used his charm. He used his all of this other stuff. And this is what we call in the business love bombing. He told them everything that they wanted and needed to hear. But we're also going to back up a little bit before Kim Porter. Because, he was dating Misa. What was her name? Misa Hilton at the time. I don't know who she was dating at the time. But they got together and they had a baby. And then as he was at Uptown Records, while he's supposed to be dating Misa, he saw Kim. She was with Al B. Sure, so he had to have her. He probably peeped how Al B. Sure was, and I will say this to you, gentlemen. You may not think it, but people are watching how you treat the women that you say you love. And if they can figure out that these women who you say you love, you're not treating them right, baby, they will sneak in like Diddy in the night. So I can imagine that working at Uptown, Kim is Andre Harrell's secretary. He's probably chatting her up like a friend because everybody around is like, oh, he's real nice. He's chatting you up. Again, this is all allegedly. This is just me coming to today. We're just doing a little history. So Al and her are having issues and problems, and he gets in there and tells her everything she needs to know. I love you. I'll buy you things. I'll do all of these different things. I'm getting ready to start my own label. a woman like you would be great by my side, as I'm trying to build and do all of these different things. And she's listening to all of this. She's believing in all of this. So now she's pushed Al B. Sure to the side and moved Diddy in as her main person. And just to solidify that he's her main person, she has their first baby. Now, we don't have, because this lady has passed away, so we're not going to go on too much, but while you're dating her, you're dating, and you have her where you want to, then we see Cassie move into the biz. Now, there were other women before Cassie. You got the Sarahs, and what are the assistants, the Yannis, and somebody else of the world. And notice that those women, you don't hear nothing about them. Because again, there's only so much that you can do. And there's only so much he can go so far. And then here comes Cassie. He sees Cassie with this other dude. I know how I can fix that. I'm going to give her a deal of the lifetime. All he can do is bring her to me. He can't make her dreams come true like I can make her dreams come true. So let me watch how he moves with her. Let me watch how she moves with him. Let me show her I'm interested. Let me go to her birthday party. Let me show you how I'm interested in her. Give her a little kiss. Let her know that, hey, I'm interested in you. Let me invite her to Miami. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. See, I just can't invite her to Miami because her man is going to know that. So let me do this. Let me build this whole, sign her to this deal. Boom, I've got her signed. She's with a 10-album deal. That means she believes that she's going to go someplace. She's going to do these 10 albums. Let me say she has a hosting gig. Do a walkthrough at a Miami club. Let me go ahead and do little flyers. Because remember, this was way before the internet. Way before the internet. You would literally have to get on the phone and call the club and speak to the manager and ask what time all this stuff was. And nobody wanted to do that, because if you present a flyer, then that solidified that something was going to happen. Because back then, if you wrote it down, that means it was supposed to have happened. So now you got her on your yacht. You introduce her to things that she don't know nothing about. I mean, she's taking a drug or two. So he's really tuning in to people who already use mood enhanced substances. She's done it before, because he's asking all of these things. He's asking all these questions. Now with Cassie, he had somebody that was there for the long haul, until he started going with the other women. So now you got the Ginas of the world that are coming in. You got the Jane Does coming in now. So here we are today. Because see, they don't make them like Cassie. This is why he's telling her, you're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's go out on a high note. He wasn't. He already knew with Cassie that was not what he wanted to do. Because I'm thinking that wasn't what he was going to do. You know what I think? I think during the love bombing stage, that little stage that Jane Doe talked about, how they were in love and stuff like that. I think that's when those women got pregnant. So I think the pregnancy messed all of that up. I think that they were possibly supposed to be doing those things, but in the love bombing stage, those women got pregnant. Because remember, his twins and that other daughter are the same age. So when Kim was moving out, he thought he was going to move that one in, but then he had to pick up. That didn't happen. So then he had to pick up Cassie. Yeah. And why would he? He never was in the first place because again, it looks like his fantasies and his intimate predilections won't allow for that because it has to be a turnover of all of that. So he doesn't seem like someone that can have those long-lasting connections. Now he says that Kim Porter that's because she passed away. If you let me tell it, that is because she passed away. So you're going to idealize her like that. Because had she not, there wouldn't be no second thought. And plus, with her, you remember, she was the only person that I can think of at this point that had children for him that put him on child support. But let's continue. I went off on a tangent, but I just wanted to bring us up to speed that this type of behavior that he has is patterned. We can see it now, and we can see why now they wanted Cassie to come in. They needed Cassie to come in to build the foundation of this. So they've got the other victim. She just decided she didn't want to get on here and tell her story. But I'm quite sure that she had the same type of story, the same type of stuff. And I think after the other one that decided not to testify, I think probably, but again, I'm not sure because we hadn't figured it out. She probably was the last person that he used the violence against like that. He played mind games with the rest of them. He probably threatened them and coerced them and all this other stuff. But I'm quite sure because too many people saw him using violence, because you remember too, he changed his security. You remember he used a professional security team now. Because you got a Kid Cudi out here telling stories that you bombed his car. You probably got other gentlemen out here that you've done some things that you ain't had no business doing. And then you've got this young lady whose ex is not scared of you under no means. I don't remember. But listen, here's the thing about him and J-Lo, and y'all are going to probably give me some pushback on it. Think about it. You think about J-Lo's track record. They have those same love bombing qualities. Because again, there was something that he wanted out of her, and then there was something that she wanted out of him. So they love bombed each other until it literally blew up in their faces with that club incident. Because you remember that club incident happened that year, and then later on that year, 8, 9, 10 months later, she got married. Y'all remember that? Because I think she dated Diddy for a year, maybe a year and a half. And everybody was talking about them being the it couple because they were from New York. And, she was from the Bronx. He was from Mount Vernon, and everybody thought that they would make a good, because they were New York, a good New York on the upcoming, a New York couple on the come up. And then all of this stuff happened. She was very down with being from the boogie down from the Bronx. And then when that nightclub debacle happened, baby, she quickly decided that she was no longer going to be hanging with the blacks. But I think that their personalities were similar. I think that they probably took, because back then, you would tell the Jet magazines and the Ebony and the Write-Ons and whatever, Cosmopolitan, all those magazines, National Enquirer, if you would give them that bone, those magazines would then form this whole narrative around them. And so it probably was a narrative around them that their relationship was so serious, and we look like they're going to get, because everybody knew that J-Lo was one of those people that loved to get married, but she never stayed married. Because I think by the time she had Diddy, didn't she have like 2 marriages under her belt, up and gone? Or was she in the middle of a divorce when she started dating Diddy? I can't remember. That was so long ago. But let's continue. So let's go back to the question. Prosecution. How did you say you wanted to stop? Answer. I'd say like I'm hungry, make little faces. I'd send him subtle cues. Question. What would he say? Answer. He'd say, you're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's go out on a high note. Let's finish strong. Because remember, he's used to Cassie, that them going so many times and her not saying no, that they had to get IVs at the end of the night, at the end of the sessions. But everybody's not built like that. Prosecution. And just to iterate that she is crying during all of this. Prosecution. What would Sean give you to keep you awake and having relations with the entertainers? Answer. Ecstasy. Prosecution. Did you ever cry after one of these hotel nights? Answer. Twice. Question. Tell us about the first. Answer. I thought it was a date night, one-on-one, but he said that there will be an entertainer, but just a quick one. I hung on to that, but 18 hours. And after 18 hours and 3 rounds with the entertainer, Sean said he had to leave. I started crying. Question. Were you with someone else? Answer. I was with Sean. I was in the Waldorf in Beverly Hills early in our relationship. What did Sean say? Answer. He said, are you crying? Like looking disgusted. Then he just sat there listening to music. I was clinging to him. He said he could move things around with him, his family, and I can go home with him. I just wanted to be in his arms after all of that. Because remember, they were used to, after doing all of that, he would reward them by having relations with them. Now, again, something alleged, and I started thinking about this because everyone talks about his mom being there. Now, it has been rumored that in the early 70s, going into the 70s, going into the early 80s, they said that his mother, and this is alleged, that his mom was hosting intimate relation parties at her house. I don't know if it was the swinging type. I don't know if it was like 3 or 4 houses where you would rent out a room to one of the 304s, and then they would have, you would be providing the liquor and the food. They would pay you, and then you would get a cut of their pay, but they would be able to use your home to do that. I don't know if it was something like that. So he may have grown up witnessing uh women of the night going at one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. He may have witnessed some things like that. I'm just speculating. I don't have any proof of anything. I'm just alleged. But this type of behavior just doesn't manifest itself out of the blue. There's always something that happens to this person before that changes the brain chemistry on what they think somebody should do. So when you hear him say, oh, well, you could be able to last long periods of time, I don't think that this just manifested itself in adulthood. I think a lot of times we like to be obtuse about that. There's something that happened within his childhood, that he saw things like this, because he's a voyeur. And you just don't become a voyeur in your adulthood. This is something that you start somewhere around being a preteen, and then it continues. But you just don't start as an adult becoming a voyeur. Oh yeah. There was a video in regards, I'm sorry, I didn't put your comment up. Listen, there was a video years ago where him and his mom, because even when he was, even like the women that he had like children, she didn't get along with Kim Porter. She didn't get along with a lot of the women because she always set herself up as the queen bee. And they're that dynamic, even back in the 90s, their dynamic appeared weird because she would be like, oh, I kissed my baby in the mouth. He's a grown man. And they would talk weird. Like, come over here, because I remember something like they were outside and they were like by the pool or something, and she was in one of those lounging chairs. Come over here and sit with me. Give me a kiss. Mwah. And those type of women don't see that stuff is not normal because they've done it so often. And then he went through this phase where he was when he went from Puff, it was during that phase when he went from Puff Daddy to P Diddy or Brother Love or something like that. During that phase, you saw his mother phase out too. And I don't know if that phase, that was way before Kim Porter passed away. But during that phase, that's when he kind of switched, his mother wasn't as present. Like back in the 90s, his mother was present all the time. If he was at a party, his mama was at a party. It would be that if he had a car going to the party, his mama was right behind him, had a car. She was always on that red carpet every time you saw his mama. Because at first I thought she was Lil Kim's mama, but that was his mother. She'd always had the blonde wigs. She always was dressed to impress. If he had a house, she had a house. So wherever he was based, she always had a home base there. I don't know where her home. I know that they were putting one of her homes up to get his bail. And I can't remember where that home, because when he lived in New York, she lived in New York. She had a beautiful penthouse when she lived in New York. When he moved to California, she moved to California. She had a nice little mansion when she lived in California. She had her own people. She had her own personal assistants. She had her own stuff. She was doing her own stuff, but he was paying for that. I think when he moved to Miami, I think she moved to Miami. So she's never too far away from him. But again, when you have, we have to be very real to ourselves as women. There are women that act like this, and then they want to act like they're the norm, and we're odd. Because these women they're in these emotional, incestual relationships with their sons. You hear it. You go on in now with social media, and these people are popping out, and they're starting to see that there are other people that act like them. They think that they're the norm. You'll hear these moms. answered my son's phone. The girl gonna sit up there talking about, who are you? No, who are you? But I tell you what, you won't be in my son's life because I'm gonna tell him this, that, and the third. What are you doing as a mother? You're crippling your sons. And then they go out here and don't know how to have relations with other people because they see the first time this woman who might be good for them gets a little possessive, then they start, like their mama, they start freaking out because they don't want to be like that with them. They don't want that to be. And instead of vocalizing or going to get some help or therapy, or at least sometimes you just got to let your mama go. They start mistreating these women. And then now all these women are nothing but tricks and 304s and BITCHs and SLUTs, and I can't be dealing with all of this and stuff like this. I did. When you first looked at her and you saw her and little Kim, because that's when little Kim initially started to go through her transformation from from the beautiful young woman that she was to what she looks like today. There was a part in her transition where she and Sean Combs' mom looked so similar. You would have thought that Sean Combs' mother was her mom, because that was the look. Of course she knows. But listen, let me tell you something. There are some moms that know that their sons are drug dealers. And sometimes those mothers hide behind Jesus. And as they're hiding behind Jesus, they're accepting this drug money. Hey, Blue. We know it. Listen. There is not a family. There is not a family that you can't see that. But a lot of times we don't speak on it because I'm willing to bet you, like your grandmother, she was the matriarch, and they could do all the most diabolical thing to the women that they were dating, and she would protect them. I know it. It's in every family. And then until what did you say? Until the proverbial SHIT hit the fan. And then when it does, then you want to hide behind either Jesus or your motherhood. I was a good mother. I didn't know nothing about all of that. You knew. Hey, Blue Queen. Don't worry about it. But we know all of this. We know these are the people that exist, and we don't want to speak about it. And some of us don't want to speak about it because, again, we don't want our womanhood question, our motherhood question. We don't want none of that. Because our whole identity is in that. Question. And the second time, Jane, I was in the shower after one of these nights. Prosecution, is your memory spotty? What do you remember? Answer. I was high. I was having relations with Paul. Then I was in the shower with Sean. He said, stop it. I'm too high. Stop. Prosecution. Paul? Answer. One of the entertainers. Prosecution. Were these hotel night work for you? Objection. Overrule. Answer. It was work from start to finish. Question. What did you do to try to get them to end sooner? Answer. I tried to have relations with the entertainers first. Question. What did you do to try to speed things up? Answer. I do foreplay and bring them into the room. Sean would say, slow it down, more foreplay. Question, what words would he use? Objection, time frame. Judge, that's fair. Prosecution, May to October 2023. Baby, that's 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Prosecution, May of 2021 to October of 2023. What would Sean say? Answer, he says, I'm not ready to see that yet. Question, how did you feel? Defense, sidebar. Judge, sure. So they have their sidebar and then they come on back. Prosecution, how did you feel? Answer, I'd want to be with Sean at the end because, again, you see the pattern. It was the love bombing at first. It was just him. And then they start talking about their fantasies. And then, she's down for it for the first time, thinking it's a one and done. And then it's not. It's over and over again. And then once they would do it, she would get a reward by then being with him. And he can play with the ejaculate and all of this other stuff. Now, he don't want to be bothered with that. He wants to see this scene play out in front of him. And then when the scene is, he wants to direct this pace of this scene. And then once this scene has gotten to the pace that he wanted it to get to, he's ready to go. Because see, now you're stuck and subjugated to be his personal 304. And it's a job for you because now you're isolated from your friends. You're isolated from the job that you have. She's a content creator. And if you're a content creator, you know that you've got to steadily put out content in order for you to get the monies and the things that she had. But she was spending so much time doing the debauchery nights and the hotel nights, AKA the freak offs. She can't be online doing all of this other stuff. Again, let's think about Cassie. She said that was the foundation set. She started off with a 10-album deal with one album under her belt, and she's supposed to be working to do the other albums. She's supposed to be working more to do this other stuff. The freak-offs became her job, and the other stuff, her actual job, became her hobby. She could only do that part-time. Is that with the mom? Yeah, because the Electra complex is with the women with their fathers, right? Thank you, Blue. See, look at Blue coming in with all the good psychological terms. Oh my goodness. And I think at that point thank you, Donna, for becoming a member. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Listen, look at where was I? Got all excited. Donna became a member. I'm excited for you. I want to be with Sean at the end. She only had enough time. And just think about it too. This is a woman with a child that she had a babysitter on standby. I am curious upon curious upon curious. What that baby's father was talking about and thinking about. Question, where would you go? Answer, to his residence. Question, was there any part of these hotel nights you enjoyed? Answer, being with Sean. Spot him, got him. Prosecution, would he text? I guess they're asking, would you text him? And our answer was to say, I love you. Prosecution, did you text that you wanted to have intimate relations? Answer, yes, with him. Prosecution, did you text him that you wanted to have intimate relations with others? Answer, yes, it was his fantasy. Question. Did you tell you want to text? Jane, yes. I don't understand that question, but we'll go to NBC and CNN and figure out what that is. Question. Did he tell you what to text? Jane, yes. Yes, he asked, what do you want? Be explicit. Oh, so he would have her to text the people that would come in and have the relations with her? Mm. Mm. He'd ask, what do you want? Be explicit. Prosecution. Why did you write these things? Answer. I wanted to make my lover happy. Question. Look at this one from November 9th, 2021. What did you write? Answer. I wrote, I'm horny for you. Question. You don't have to read this, but did you write, I want to S pause D? Why did you write that? Answer. I knew it would turn Sean on. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Hold up. Is somebody about to out somebody? Because we've already assessed that he's a fan, he's a fan, he's a fan. Are we about to out someone's preferred sexuality? All right. I knew it would turn Sean on. Question. Who is Paul? Answer. An entertainer. Question. You texted him you wanted to stop having hotel nights? Answer. Yes. What did you write? Answer. I'm so much more than being left in the I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel it's the only reason you pay for my house. We need to talk like adults. Uh-oh. You know that didn't go over well. Let's see what happens then. How long had he prosecution? How long has Sean been paying your rent? Answer, 5 months or so. Prosecution. Did you see mood enhancers in the hotel room? Objection. Overruled. Answered. Ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, pink powder, which I believe is called Tusi. Question. Who gave them to you? Answer. Sean. So what are they establishing? What have they established? 13H, drug distribution and conspiracy. 13G, prostitute, transportation, inducement, transportation for prostitute. Trafficking. (13F), 13G, and 13H. Now, the defense is going to come in and break all these holes. And again, shout out to Nate, the lawyer. He's the one that made this graphic. But These are the things that the prosecution looks like that they are putting forth. Now remember, this thing about this RICO, once it's established within the 5 years that they have, they can go back and show patterns of this stuff going on since Cassie. Let's continue. Did you ever see any of the entertainers taking mood enhancers? Answer, no. That was my one rule. I told them they could not take drugs. I didn't want them to be out of control while they were with me. Prosecution. How did ecstasy make you feel? Answer, sexual energy. Prosecution. Why did you feel you had to take these drugs? Answer, otherwise it would be too real. I wanted to, I don't know, feel like it would make things earlier. I don't know what that means. Question, did you ever do hotel nights without drugs? Answer, twice. Once with Paul. So that's going to be something that the defense is going to pounce on. So you were not under the influence when you were doing all of these hotel nights? Question, why didn't you take drugs that time? Answer, I didn't want to do that to my body, but it's real too real. So I asked Sean for a pill. Question, did Sean give it to you? Yes, I felt better. Question, the second time? Answer, my partner was taking too many pills. He said, I'll do 30 days without drugs, but let's have this last one sobriety party at the El Hermitage. We'll get the answers later. Come on. I'm just trying to see if we can get to a break. Prosecution. How long did it last? Jane, too long, 18 hours. Yeah. Prosecution, what happened? Jane, the first guy, second guy, I was not feeling well. I threw up. Girl. Whew. I told Sean I just thrown up. Prosecution, what did you say? What did he say? Answer, he said, that's good. Now you'll be ready for the third guy. He's here. How did you feel? I was disgusted. I was repulsed. I was just too mad to myself. I was mad. I had to let myself get into this. Prosecution, this would be a good place for a break. Yes, it would, honey. Now, if you've got some degreaser, y'all better use y'all's degreaser now. We're going to go to CNN and NBC and see what they say. You see, this, again, this is nothing that someone in their adulthood would just start doing. This had to happen a long time. And I will remark, now that I think about it, that after whatever dalliance that Stacey Lattisaw had with Diddy, you know she found the Lord. All right. Jane testified that after the hotel nights, she and Sean would typically go back to his house together. Jane said that she would make sure Combs was showered, and then she would cook for him, massage him, and put on one of his favorite shows. Then I would finally get to cuddle with him and sleep with him, she said, while choking up on the stand. She said that she would feel really happy to end my night with Sean, but I would really fight to block out how sad I felt after, she said. Jane said in 2023, she had a conversation with Sean Diddy Combs about wanting to stop having hotel nights. She read aloud a message she sent to Combs in late 2023, where she said she wished they could go back to when they first started dating, when he love bombed her. Quote, ever since I opened that Pandora's box, I've never been able to close it, the message said in part. In the message, she referenced being in hotel rooms, doing things that make me feel disgusted with myself. And she said that she didn't want to play that role in her life anymore. I feel like it's the only reason you have me around and why you pay for the house, she wrote. I don't want to feel obligated to perform these nights for you. Jane testified that at that point she felt obligated to perform those nights for Combs, and she was scared that if she didn't, he would stop paying for her house. Jane testified yesterday that Combs paid her rent and implied he'd stop if they broke up. Combs responded to the text, girl, stop. Woo, no empathy. Jury took a break. Let's see. Jane testified that she took mood enhancers during the hotel nights because she didn't want to feel like it was too real. She said she wanted to make things easier, her voice breaking. Jane recalled that she tried not to use drugs during the two different hotel nights. The first time she said she made the decision because I was tired of doing that to my body. But she didn't like it. The fantasy of it all wasn't there. It just wasn't easy. It was just too real. And that's what was happening. So it was no longer ha ha he he fantasy. Now it just seemed like a real job. So where you can keep things like that, do it. You know how people have fantasies and they'll act on that fantasy one or a couple of times, and then they won't do it again because they like it in that realm. Now it's just all real. I ended up asking for a pill, she said. Combs gave her one and she felt better. She testified. The second time Jane tried not to use drugs in the hotel night was October 2023. She said that now this is literally a month before Cassie's lawsuit dropped. She said that she really wanted Combs to get sober around this time, and he agreed to stop taking substances for 30 days, but wanted to have one last sobriety party first. They had the sobriety party at a hotel in Beverly Hills, and it lasted 12 to 18 hours. Jane said she didn't take any drugs, but Combs took the two mood enhancers, the ecstasy and the cocaine. Prosecutor Maureen Comey asked Jane how she felt after doing the hotel night without any drugs. She says, I was disgusted. I was just repulsed. I was just so mad at myself for doing that, Jane said. I just deeply regretted that. Combs would call someone to bring him mood enhancers when they'd run out, Jane testified. They definitely are digging right here. Talking about 13H down here. 13H, they're really digging on the fact that they're using these mood enhancers, which then goes back to the coercion. Ooh, child. Hey, 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 Andre. How are you? All right. Jane testified that when Sean Diddy Combs would run out of mood enhancers during a quote hotel night, aka debauchery night, aka freak off, he'd call an assistant, a butler, or one of his security guards. She said that they'd come to the hotel room with mood enhancers like cocaine, ecstasy, Molly, Xanax, and is that Moki? Mac and cheese? I don't know. What you mean? We ain't got that terminology. We hadn't gotten to yet, unless it's something else. I don't know what that is. All I know, what I've told everybody that's in here right now, if you have a degreaser, go ahead and get it, because honey, they played some of the hotel night, aka debauchery night, aka freak off night. They played some of that tape, and baby, they said that the oil and the slappings and all of that stuff was going on. I've got my hand sanitizer that cuts the grease. Whatever it is you got, get you some and rub your hands together, because honey, it's getting nasty up in here. It's getting nasty. We've read testimony that things happen. This girl was going three and four entertainers, and that's what they call the workers of the intimate nature. 18-hour sessions with three different entertainers in the night. It's a lot, and it's no different than what we heard from what Cassie, but this is now 2023 was 2 years ago. Let's continue. Jane says Combs chief of staff. Now, who is the chief of staff? I'm gonna put it in the chat. What is going on? Okay. And then when I put it in the chat, y'all say it with me. Who was it? KK. Miss Christina Coram. KK. Who should be sitting at that table with Diddy? It's KK. But they have probably pushed a deal for her, so she is going to be an unindicted co-conspirator, because they probably have a deal with KK. Okay. Okay. All right. Jane recalled a time in 2022 when Combs directed her to pick up mood enhancers from security personnel at his Los Angeles home and fly with them to meet him in Miami. She spoke with Christina Coram, Combs' former chief of staff, about picking up the package at Combs' home. I just asked her if it was safe and okay. Jane said, recalling that she didn't feel safe traveling with the mood enhancers. Jane said Coram told her it's fine. I do it all the time. Just put it in your checked in luggage. Jane flew with the mood enhancers to Miami and later took ecstasy with Combs that she said came from the package she traveled with. A couple of weeks later, Jane said Combs asked her to take another package to Miami, and Coram told her security will come outside Combs' home to give her the package. Jane said that she put the package in her luggage and flew to Miami. She then gave the mood enhancers, which she says were ecstasy, to Combs, and they took them later. (13H) and he used his enterprise to do all of this. He used his employees in his enterprise to do all of this. From his chief of staff to his security team. All right, let's go ahead and peep this. All right. All right. It's about to get is so we are caught up with that. Let's get back to Inner City Press because it sounds like I don't know what this mac and cheese you're talking about, Andre. But if y'all are in here and y'all have y'all degreasers, let's get them going because it sounds like we are about to be splashed with baby oil and body fluid. Hold on, y'all, because I need my and I apologize because once we start talking about some of this stuff, I have to have something strong like a mint or a cough drop in my mouth. All right, let's get into it. During the break, Combs in animated conversation with Agnifil, Shapiro, and Steele talking with his hands. As long as he's not doing that and looking at the jury when he does it, he's fine. Because he can be animated talking with his counsels all he wants to. All right. And again, I apologize if you hear me in the phone. I'm gonna try to sit back as best I can, but it sounds like it's about to get oily, and I have to have something in my mouth. No pun intended. Bring back the jury. Bring back Jane and the jury. All rise. Did Sean ever run out of mood enhancers during a hotel night? Jane, yes. What happened? Jane. He would call one of the assistants or butlers to bring more. Sometimes his security. Question. What assistants? Jane. Brendan, Frank, John. Question. Let me show you a photo of Brendan, not shown on the gallery screen. No reason to redact, so why not? Jane, that's him. He would bring pill bottles. Then there will be cocaine and weed. Question. Who from security did he call for the mood enhancer? Answer. Fahim. Sean called him Fa. Because remember, he got a whole new security detail in 2015. Because I don't know if D-Rock and Uncle Polly and all of those cats were still working with him. So he's got a whole new security team. Now, according to, if you remember Little Rod's testimony, if I'm not mistaken, this Fahim was the one who had the connects to LAPD. Now, that's according to Little Rod's testimony on his thing. But I will tell you, you might have to take half of that as a grain of salt because as we heard, Tyrone Blackburn, his affidavit writing skills, he has been chastised by a couple of judges for writing things that were that he knew not to be true, and they had to chastise him on that. But that is what Little Rod's testimony said that was happening. Let's continue. Question. Who else brought mood enhancers? Answer. Guido. He bought mostly ecstasy, Molly, and Xanax and Coke. Question. Did you take Xanax? Answer. Yes. After I put Sean to sleep. Because remember, at this point in time, Diddy's drug use was starting to become apparent because he would do public, he'd be out in public. And, this is when you started to see him wear more of the shades on his eyes. He always wore like tinted glasses. Now you started to see him where the tint would be a little bit darker because he didn't want you to see his eyes. That he would be a lot drugged out. And he's old now. He's in his 50s. So you can't hit them drugs like that before without it causing your body to go through things. Because you remember that period of time? What was it? Maybe it was 2019. It may have been earlier than that. Because that was the reason why he hired Alex Fine to be his trainer. Because you remember that time there was some picture that they showed of Diddy, because he had been taking drinking all of that alcohol and taking all of those drugs, that his middle section and stuff looked really funny and bad, and he was trying to work all that off. He ended up losing weight, but I think he probably calmed down on the alcohol, but I don't think he calmed down. Again, this is just my opinion. Because again, you're right. You notice that he used to wear like the brown tint. It would just be a little tint. And I always thought because he had I thought he wore a tint because y'all remember Heavy D used to wear those glasses, like at the top of the glasses would be dark and then they would gradually get lighter. And a lot of that had to do because I think Heavy D had like a lazy eye or something going on with his eye. And Diddy had those lightly tinted glasses like that too. But then as the years went on, I mean, it just gotten to the point where those glasses, you could barely see his eyes behind those glasses and shades that he had. Let's continue. Prosecution question. Did you ever carry mood enhancers for Sean? Answer. Yes, from LA to Miami. KK told me I'll have security come out and give you the package. I asked, is it safe and okay? What did KK tell you? Answer. She said, it's fine. I do it all the time. Question. Where did you give Sean the package? Answer. In the bathrooms of 2 Star. He opened it and then I saw colorful pills. I assumed. Prosecution. I don't want you to assume. Did you take the pills? Answer. Yes, for a hotel night. It was ecstasy. Now, mind you, I think was it Star 1 or Star 2 that got raided? And then they had that cacophony of pills. His bag was full of pills and stuff. So he was getting her to transfer. Now, I'm going to tell you why I think he did that. I think he did that because her saying that she no longer wanted to really do the hotel nights. And she was telling him that she didn't want to do the hotel nights. Because at some point, you remember, she had an out. And so he figured, again, Cassie's Achilles heel is that she didn't want her parents or her friends to know that she was doing the freak offs. So he was able to coerce her to continue to do it by threatening her with showing the videotapes. I think he was before the Cassie came out with her lawsuit in 2023. I think he was going to make her continue to do the hotel nights by telling her, you're the one that's transporting the mood enhancers. Because transporting those mood enhancers from Los Angeles to Miami is a federal crime. And she already has a child. Because all he had to do was dox her to the feds. And they would have caught her coming off that plane with the mood enhancers in her check bag. and she'd have been gone, and she would have been separated from her child. So I think, and I don't know, I'm just saying there's got to be something over these particular people. And we know what he had over Cassie, but I'm willing to bet you this is where this was coming from. Let's continue. Question: did you move mood enhancers for Sean any other time? Answer: yes. In my luggage from LA to Miami, there Sean and I used them. They were ecstasy. Question: before May and October 2021, who reached out to the entertainers? Answer: Sean. Then who? Me. Prosecution: why did you start choosing? Answer: I did not want it to be just a stranger. I assessed the dynamics of our relationship. We were walking porn and I saw a performer and I said, that one. Prosecution: why did you want to choose? Answer: I couldn't get away from this. Question: who did you choose? Answer: Sly Williams. I called him chef. He had a passion for cooking. Question: what were you and Sean doing? Answer: having intimate relations on ecstasy. We started talking about Sly's size. Sean was acting all flirtatious about it. Answer: I sent Sly a message over Instagram. Prosecution: did he respond? Answer: yes. I told him I was a fan of his work. Maybe we should meet up one day. We did a FaceTime. Sean was there. Question: what happened? It got hot and steamy. I asked him to show me himself. Question: he showed you his genitals? Answer: yes. And I was casting from my phone to Sean's television. Not auditioning for making the not making the band, but making the freak off. Oh my goodness. Question: how did you get Sly from Atlanta to LA? Answer: I told Sean I would arrange his flight. I booked it online on Expedia. Sean paid me back. Question: what happened? Answer: he was cute and sweet. He was nervous too. It was my first time. Question: first time what? Answer: contacting an adult film star. I had told him it was me and my partner. He said fine. Question: what hotel? Answer: the La Hermitage, I believe. It was routine. The oils will come out. Oh Lord, y'all got your degreasers? Get your degreasers. The oils will come out. I'd be in a uniform. I'd dance. Then we get to it. Question: what was Sean doing? Answer: masturbating. Question: then who invited him the next times? Answer: I did. I would suggest Sly. He was familiar to me. Because remember, Cassie had the people that she was familiar with. Prosecution: where else did you meet Sly? Answer: the Trump Hotel. Question: the Trump Hotel in New York? Answer, yes. I would book his flight from Atlanta. Question, and you would pay him, and you paid him after? Yes, $2,000 to $4,000. Where from? Objection. Remember, at this point, these things became her job. She wasn't getting the brand deals like she was getting online, because she's now just like Cassie, she's now being in charge, or being put in charge to handle these things. Question, where did the cash come from to pay, where did the cash to pay Sly come from? Answer, Sean, from the drawer. Sometimes we use Cash App. Question, was there a second adult entertainer you reached out to? Yes, Anton. I think, oh, is she calling his full government name, but it's here. Anton H. It was, okay, Anton Harris. It was his stage name. I don't know his real name. Okay. Answer, we were watching Anton's film and I was really into him. I messaged him on Instagram. He was in LA. I invited him over. Question, how did Anton respond? Answer, positively. We were in my first residence. Question, what happened? The same. Sean watched. He was happy. Question, did you see Anton again? Answer, yes. Sometimes at hotels in LA, sometimes in my apartment. Question, did you FaceTime with Anton and Sly? Answer, yes. When Sean and I were alone having sexy time. Question, what would Sean call them? He wanted to have something live. I was doing the sexting, FaceTime, and screen sharing to Sean's TV. I told Sly and Anton I was alone so they would feel comfortable. Question, did you ask Sly and Anton to send you pictures of their genitalia? Their genitals? Yes. Answer, yes. Sean wanted them. He would say, get it. Question, did Anton or Sly ever send you photos of their genitals when you were not with Sean? Answer, yes. I was polite and flirtatious, but not as flirtatious as when I was with Sean. Question, did you ever see Anton or Sly in person without Sean? Answer, no. Prosecution, are these your texts with Sly? Let me show you. It says texts are not shown on the exhibit in the screen. So the gallery wasn't shown these texts. Answer, I was asking for explicit photos or videos from him. That's what my partner wanted. Question, what did Sly say? Answer, he said, I'm down. Question, what did you say? I wrote, answer, I wrote, I'm touching myself. Then, what's your full name and date of birth? Question, why that? Answer, to book his travel. Question, what did you write? Answer, she's booking. Jen was. November 9th, 2021, the flight. Baby, this is only a couple of weeks before Cassie put down her lawsuit. Question, when you received these explicit images, were you alone? Answer, yes. I sent a Blander message. Then he texted me in April 2022, hello, beautiful. How is your day? Question, why did Jess book the flights? Answer, I was too high to type. He be the entertainer. Question. Other entertainers? Answer. Paul and Don. Sean coordinated others. Question. Between May 21st and October 2023, how often were the hotel nights? Answer. Often. Every week. Every other week. Question. After February 24th, where did this happen? Answer. 2-Star and LA. So at this point, they were just going back from Miami to, they were going back from Miami to LA, Miami to LA. Now, they going into 2024. So that means that even after Cassie's lawsuit, now that's going to be an interesting question that the defense is going to ask. Even after Cassie's lawsuit, you still out here in 2024? Because remember that Cassie filed her lawsuit November 2023. And if you know, you know. Because during like January 2024 up until a certain time, ex-boyfriend was making big fun. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there a lawsuit put on ex-boyfriend? Question. In the LA residence, you're still living in it? Answer, yes. After 2024? Question. After February 2024? Jane, maybe 5 times. Question. How many different men? Answer, I don't know. Question. Let's talk about some. Who is this? Answer, Don. Last time? Jane, August 2024 at 2-Star. And you remember, they arrested him in September. I only saw Don in Miami. Question. Who's this? Answer, Paul. Question. When was the last time? Answer. End of July 2024. Before that, very often. Question. What did you think Paul did? Answer. A personal trainer for Sean in LA, Miami, and Turks. So he was on the payroll and he was part of the debauchery nights. Was he double dipping? Yo, was he double dipping? Was he double dipping? Question. How did Paul get there? Answer. He booked his own flight travel or he'd already be there. Question. Who's this? Jane. A man named Leo. I met him through Sean for one of these nights. I met him on my birthday. Last time? Jane. 2023. Question. Where did you see Leo? Answer. LA. What else did you call him? Answer. Italian. Question. Who's this? Answer. A guy Sean brought into a night in 2021. Question. What happened? Answer. Sean said he had someone coming over. I was repulsed in L'Armitage. He looked sweaty. He didn't look nice. He kind of smelled. Question. What did you do? Answer. I tried to make it work. I tried to seduce him with my body. He just kept sweating so much. I looked at my partner. I'm not feeling this. I was in lingerie and heels. Y'all, it had to have gotten down bad. This man was sweating. He stank. Question, what was he wearing? Answer, nothing. Sean said, do you want to taste it? I said, I'm not feeling this. Question, what did Sean do? Answer, he laid me down and started having relations with me. Question, where was the man? Hovering over me. He was sweating on me. Ooh, this is, oh my goodness. This thread is nasty. Let's continue. Question, then what? Answer, Sean told me to look at the man's private parts, but it wasn't happening. Sean told him no worries, and the man's left. Question, then what? Sean told me he had someone else coming, Paul. I was blindfolded. Sean wanted me to touch him. I took a liking to Paul. I was more comfortable. I thought he was handsome and nice, and he had a warm energy. Question, did you want to have relations with him? Answer, no. But if I had to have relations with someone, I guess it was not so bad with Paul. Kudos to you, Paul, with your good energy. And down with Leo, with your sweaty, stinking ass. With your sweaty, stinking tail. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is too. Ooh, today is debauchery day. I didn't think, I honestly thought we were going to avoid some of this, but we're not avoiding it. Oh, Lord. Question, what's this? Answer, a photo of a man named Michael. I saw him twice in 2022 or 2023 in the Edition, Los Angeles. Sean said something new was coming. Then, just like a bit later, Sean was having small talk with this guy on the balcony. He invited me out. I thought Michael was attractive. He was from a website. Question, who's this? Answer, I don't know his name. I met him on my birthday in 2023, one of these nights. Question, what happened? Answer, Sean told me to come to Miami. We would be alone. He was so sweet. We were eating sushi at Nobu in the hotel. Sean said, we have entertainment. I gulped and said, entertainer? Question, what did he say? Answer, it's your birthday. I just accepted it. Why would you think, if she is working like that on all the other nights, why would you think that she would want to do it on the birthday? You wanted her to do it on the birthday. Prosecution. Question, why? Answer, I don't know why. Upstairs, this man comes in. It was routine. I'm like a robot. I'm getting the guy comfortable. And she sobs. Question, do you need a break, Jane? You said you were robotic. What do you mean? Answer, I have done so many of these. I can just tune out my partner likes to see and just turn on this person. I was thinking when she said that, that made me think back to a time when I used to be a social worker, and a child was being interviewed for SA, and it had happened so often for this young girl, and I think it started at 9 and continued, and it wasn't reported, discovered, or whatever until she was 12, and that's when I became involved. And the way she talked about how she enjoyed going to school because that was the place where she felt safe and nobody was bothering her, and how she would just turn into somebody else as she was going home because she knew that this was happening every night and she wasn't getting any type of break from it. And I'm just sitting here listening to this when the way she said it, and just, I'm human and my heart just broke. Question: what do you mean you turned into another person? Answer: a person who could just do this. And that is just absolute survival. That is what she's describing. And that's what that little 12-year-old girl described to us. Just surviving. Question: what happened? Answer: I was much quicker with this person. He felt more like a stranger to me than anyone. I didn't want to do this on my birthday. I asked Sean for a condom. Question: where was he? Answer: he was behind this man. He gave me he gave me dirty looks like, you better not ask for an effing condom. I could just hear that. Question: what else did you hear him say? Objection. Overruled. All right. Right here, I am just going to take the quickest of breaks and I'll be right back. All right, here we go. I didn't want to sour the mood. Question: why didn't you want to sour the mood? Answer: she's crying. I just didn't want my partner unhappy with me, because she's crying at this point. Question: do you need a break? No, I'm okay. Question: what happened next, if you're ready to tell us? Answer: Sean gave him a condom, but then walked away. He was so disappointed. The guy finished, I can't remember where. Question: what next? The man left. We switched rooms to a bigger suite. What then? Answer: Sean was more loving. He was celebratory. He had cake there and balloons, then sly cones. Question: any talk? Answer: no. It was just hours and hours of that. Pleasing this guy, doing so much, just doing all of it. Foreplay, things I know my partner wants to see, going back and forth. It was morning. Then what did Sean say? Answer: that dawn was coming? What did you say? Answer: nothing. Like that was like that it was fine. One, two, three. What question? What did you say? Answer: nothing. Like that it was fine. Why? I love my partner. Question: what did you do with Dawn? Question. Answer: sex. Prosecution. Let's break for lunch. Jury leaves, Jane leaves. Agnifilio. Could we have a quick sidebar with government about something I'd like the court's advice on? Judge, yes. So they have a sidebar. And we are going to go over here to CNN. And so she talked about, this was pretty self-explanatory about describing the first time she chose who she would join in the hotel. She gave more, let me see. Jane said hotel nights with Sean were frequent between May 2021 and October 2023, either weekly or every other week. Jane and Combs were on a break from October 23 until February 2024, she said. After they got back together, the encounters only occurred at Combs' Miami home. They were also less frequent because at that point, he realized that the feds was on to him. Jane recalled between October, so they were on a break from October 2023 to February 2024. And she said from February 2024, she recalled only about 5 encounters with Combs and another man between February and Combs' arrest in September. The last encounter was August 2024, she said. Jane said she didn't know how many different men she had been with during the freak-offs. Yeah, because he had calmed the F down at that point. Combs wanted explicit photos of the men who joined in the encounters, Jane said. Jane testified that she would FaceTime men who joined her and Sean Diddy Combs in the hotel nights to engage in intimate conversations and asked them to send her photos and videos of their genitals because Combs told her to. She said she only FaceTimed the men when Combs was with her and he would watch the call. Jane said that she would text the men whenever she and Combs were alone having relations. When asked why she did it, Jane said, because my partner wanted to see that and I wanted to turn my partner on. When the men sent her unsolicited images of their genitals and Combs wasn't there, Jane said she was polite and flirtatious, but didn't respond to the photos on the same way that she did when she was with Combs. Jane read aloud text messages between her and the man whose stage name was Sly from November 2021. Jane said she was trying to flirt in the next text messages to receive explicit pictures or videos because that's what my partner wanted. They later had a sexting FaceTime while she was with Combs, and after the call, Jane texted the man asking for his full name and birthday. She then wrote, she's booking, I'll forward as soon as I get the details. She was referring to Combs' travel agent who was booking flights for Sly. My. All right, let's talk about old Leo. I think that's what his name, the Italian. Jane is recalling a hotel night with another man in 2021. Jane testified she couldn't remember his name, but she said she was immediately repulsed by him. He was sweaty, Jane said, recalling she felt hesitant in the moment. Jane says she tried to make it work, but was giving Sean signals that she wasn't enjoying the encounter. Eventually, she told Combs directly that she wasn't into it, she said. Combs then got involved, Jane said. She said Combs laid down on the bed and began to have relations with her. Combs excused the man and told Jane that he had another surprise. Jane said that's when an escort named Paul arrived. Jane described another man called Michael that she had hotel nights with. Jane said Combs introduced her to Michael and she took a liking. Jane said Michael was the first man who she didn't want to be on camera, who said he didn't want to be on camera when Combs tried to film the encounter. She said Combs turned the camera off after Michael said that. Interesting. She got real emotional she talked about that. So this is some interaction that's going on in the courtroom. It says Combs rubbed his face and eyes when Jane described the hotel night. Before the jury took a break, Sean Diddy Combs reacted as Jane testified about her birthday celebration in Miami and how she felt about having a hotel night on that day. He rubbed his face and his eyes when Jane told the jury he gave her a bracelet and flowers, but then invited two more men into the hotel room. Jane was emotional during her testimony and heaved more than once as she cried. Prosecutor Maureen Comey asked Jane more than once if she felt like she needed to take a break, but she declined. It says Jane described a time around 2023 when Sean Diddy Combs invited a man to join them in a hotel room in Los Angeles, and she rejected having a freak off with him. She initially tried to talking to the man and to let him touch her, but Jane said she knew that this was definitely not something that I could fake. She then told Combs privately that she couldn't do it because she wasn't attracted to the man. Jane said Combs told her, "Are you sure? Maybe just a little bit." She went back to where the man was, and when they saw each other unclothed, Jane said she was repulsed by him. When she told Combs again that she couldn't do it, his demeanor was agitated and accepted it, but he just seemed almost a little confused by it, Jane said. This wasn't like a typical thing for us to have a hiccup in the routine of the night, she said. Jane said they excused the man and then another man came to the hotel room. Mm, mm, mm. Jane said that she recalls setting up hotel nights as a surprise for Sean Diddy Combs on 2 occasions. She said those incidents were probably for special occasions like Valentine's Day or Combs returning from a long trip. Jane said that she could hear the gray lines in between his words that implied he wanted the performances to happen. Combs would say things like, "I can't wait to see what you have for me," Jane said. "I just knew what task was being asked of me," she testified. When asked why she set up hotel nights for Combs, even though she didn't want to, she said, "Because I loved him deeply." She talked about Combs paying the men in cash. I don't think we got to this. So this is real time. Where are we? Let's get back to, let's see what NBC News said. Oh, listen to this. Let me put you all over here. Okay. So look inside the courtroom. It says Combs is sitting with his hands clasped in front of him, watching Jane testify. All of the attorneys from both the prosecution and the defense appear riveted by Jane's testimony. See, I lost my place. I should have just waited because there wasn't no sound. Here we go. Jane said the longest hotel night was 3 to 3.5 days over New Year's in 2022. She said she did not sleep at all and stayed awake with ecstasy. The shortest hotel night was 12 hours long. When asked how she stayed awake, she answered it was through the use of ecstasy, caffeine, water, and protein shakes. Yeah, she talked about she threw up when she was sober. Okay, she testified that she had first no say about how the partners were selected. That was Puffy's job. She did it to impress her lover. She said she was repulsed by two men. I know one of them was the Italian. That was her birthday. They went to lunch. She returns to the stand. Okay. All right. So we are close. Okay. So we need to get caught up with all of the other folks. All right. We're going back to Inner City Press. Let me see what time it is. So it's 3:11. So they may have stopped for the day. I'm not sure. Prosecution. This afternoon, we'll be showing some explicit exhibits in binders in a binder, so not on counsel's screen, but counsels can come up and see them. Judge, okay. Bring in the witness and the jury. Prosecution. Have you seen this man? Answer. Sean brought him to our hotel room in LA. I was in a robe and in lingerie, the whole wardrobe I usually had. Prosecution. What happened in the living room of the suite? Answer. I knew this was something I could not fake. Question. What do you mean? Answer. I was repulsed by him. I tried for 30 minutes. Then I told Sean, can I talk to you in the bedroom? There I told him I can't. I tried again, but no. I told Sean I'm sorry. How did Sean respond? Question. Answer. Agitated. Then another man came. Question. Did Sean talk to you first? Answer. No. Question. Who's this? Answer. A man I met in New York. I told him I didn't want to go to New York if it was just to set me up with a man. He said no, one-on-one. So I went. Telling her what she wanted to hear. Question. Did you get Wi-Fi on the plane? Answer. Yes. Sean sent me a text. Do you want entertainment tonight? Question. How did you feel? Disappointment. My thoughts of seeing my lover was shot down. Question. Where did you go to in New York? Answer. The Trump Hotel. I saw the assistant setting up the room with red lights for a hotel night. I took this photograph, not shown on the gallery scene. So they've modernized once again, because before they was using them little cheap Glade candles to to set the mood, but now they're using the red lights. Interesting. Prosecution. What happened next? Answer. I told Sean I did not want to do this. He was just like super defensive, probably pouting like a 10-year-old. On the way back to the room, he gave me a pill. Prosecution. What was it? Answer. Ecstasy. I took it. The man was in the room. We had small talk. I let the man touch my leg a little bit. I took Sean to the bedroom and I told him, I can't do this. How did he react? Answer, agitated. I called another performer. Question, why? That's a hard question. At that at that point in the relationship, I knew that's what my partner would want. Question, was Sean paying your rent? Yes. Did he mention it? Objection. Judge, time frame. Was this after Sean started paying your rent? Answer, yes. I called Sly. He was excited. He flew to New York that night from Atlanta. Question, what happened? It was nice. We had relations in front of Sean at the Trump Hotel. Me and Sean had to go our separate ways, but I didn't want Sly to feel we were leaving, just leaving him. So cash was bought to the front desk for him by an assistant. Which one? Answer, Joey. Question, and this man? Answer, I had relations with him in front of Sean. And another? Answer, a Spanish buff man. He was a bit odd, I felt. He was pulling out this scent to smell during relations. I don't know. Question, in front of Sean? Answer, yes. Prosecution, another? Answer, a man who looked more European at El Armitage. We had relations twice. Prosecution, which entertainers did you see most often? Answer, Paul, Sly. Question, which ones did you reach out to? Answer, them, Anton, Don. Question, did you ever arrange hotel nights as a surprise for Sean? Answer, yes, twice, like Valentine's Day or return from a trip. Question, you saw cash during these hotel nights? Where? Answer, drawer of nightstand. Question, when Sean ran out of cash, what did he do? Answer, he made a phone call to his security or his assistant, KK. Once again, at this point, we need to be taking a sip of something. I mean, I know for some of y'all it's too early in the day to be taking shots, but maybe you could take a shot of apple juice or prune juice or something. Or a sip of your soda or an energy drink or something, because it seems like we're going to hear KK this and KK that and KK this and KK that. Looks like we're going to be KK down. We are about to be KK down. Let's see. How much? Answer, a good amount. Question, to whom did Sean hand cash? Answer, Paul, Don. He'd pay at the end. Question, what would Sean say before he brought out his iPhone to record? Answer, nothing. Or it's just for me. Question, did Sean sometimes act different? Answer, sometimes happy, sometimes not. Question, what directions would Sean give? Answer, to put the baby oil on the man. All right. Oil up, get you the greasers. To touch myself. Question, when you knew the camera was on you, how did you react? Answer, it was just part of it. Question, did Sean ever record you while not on drugs? Answer, no. Question, did you act like you enjoyed it? Answer, yes. Question, why? Answer, I wanted to put on a good show. Prosecution, what fantasy talk did you engage in? Answer, so much. Role play, a fantasy. I'm sorry, there's just so many memories. He would create characters. Prosecution, I'm going to show you some exhibits, not on the council screen. How is this? Well, I guess it's who is this? Answer, me and Don. The next one is me and Sly. Question, this? Answer, me and Paul. Then me and Leo, Anton, and myself. Was Sean present for all of these? Answer, yes. She should have asked who took the pictures. Not only was he present, you should have asked who took them. Every time they say KK, it's going to be shots. Every time they say KK. I wore the stripper shoes on the whole time. Question: what would happen with the baby oil? Answer: it would drip down in the shoes. I would try to keep my balance. Answer. Question: did Sean ask you to get your nipples pierced? Answer: yes. I said it would turn him on. Question: who set up your piercing appointment? KK. I said, KK, I'm taking a sip of my water. Goodness. Then, answer: they got caught on my lingerie and my nipple got infected. I took them off. Question: what did Sean say? He said, where are my piercing? This is the last time I'll see you without them. Question: did you come back hurt? Answer: yes, from bending over so much. Question: where else did you get sore? Answer: her vajayjay. Question: did you tell Sean? Answer: no. Why not? Question: why not? I just didn't want to indicate any negativity. That's not negativity, that's pain. And you think about 18 hours and no less than in 18 to 20 to 48 hours, you had no less than 3 or 4 men? No, ma'am. Question: why did you keep going? Answer: I'm not sure. Judge, sidebar. So they went to sidebar. Y'all, I think we're almost caught up. Prosecution given the question: do you have an estimate of how many times you told Sean you didn't want to keep having these hotel nights? Answer: I don't have an estimate. Question: did you write? Answer: yes. And sometimes I'd have the courage to text Sean. Question: what did you see? What did you send in your text? Answer: that I had been texting it since 2021, how I felt. Question: what's this? Text exhibit not shown on screen. Jane, November 2021. I felt jealous. I saw he was doing things with another woman on their IG stories. When did he start dating Carisha, y'all? Because I know he was dating the Gina girl before her. Says Diddy and Carisha, Young Miami, were first linked romantically in 2021. They confirmed their relationship status in 2022, stating they were dating. However, their relationship appeared to be on and off, and they reportedly separated in 2023. Diddy and Young Miami first sparked dating rumors in the summer of 2021. They were seen publicly together and shared stories on social media. In 2022, Diddy confirmed that they were dating during an episode of a Young Miami's podcast, Carisha Please. And that's when she coined that phrase, we go together real bad. Although they publicly acknowledged their relationship was not without its complexities. They reported to have a casual dating situation where they were allowed to see other people. They attended events together, including the Met Gala, but Young Miami downplayed the idea of a serious relationship, stating they were good friends and single. Their relationship eventually came to an end in 2023. Young Miami has largely stayed quiet on Combs after his ex-girlfriend filed the lawsuit. So basically, she was the new Cassie. Miss Jane was, because he didn't take her anywhere. He took her on trips. But she didn't get to go to the Met Gala. Lessons learned. You think giving your body to a man and you think that that's making him love you? No, it's not. It's not at all. And I hope you ladies are clocking this. Prosecution. Why did you feel jealous if you knew he was dating other women? Answer. I came to do hotel nights with Dawn and Slide, and then he gives quality time to another woman? Question. This next text? Answer. I wrote, I need a breather and a break from you. Question. Well, prosecution. Play this exhibit, a voice note. This is Combs' voice. She asked me to work out. This is the time you're going to be cursed. You're going to be cursed at me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. Don't matter if I just effed her. Be sad, go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone. I don't understand. Prosecution. How often did Sean call you crazy? Answer. Often. It made me feel confused. Question. What did you say? Answer. That she didn't just come to the gym. I don't even care who you are laying up with. I wanted that time with him, I said. You just want the hotel, SHIT. Question. What happened here? Answer. I had sex with Leo. I was high. It made my partner happy. I was okay with it. How many phones did Sean use then? Answer. 2. Sean started dating another woman. He did a big birthday for her. How did you see it? Answer. IG. Question. What did you say? Answer. I see what you're going for. Why did you play me? Say she's just a business partner. Then you say she's spending money on you. How would you feel if I said a man was spending money on me? You wrote? Answer. I feel cheap. And I know somebody may say something, but good. I'm glad you started to feel cheap. I'm glad you started to feel. Yes. I'm glad, so much so. I'm glad you started to feel cheap. I'm glad it started to click in your head who you were to him. Because you got to remember how you met him. He was dating your friend. And once he saw that you were down with dating him, even though your friend was the one to invite, but you let me tell it. And like I said, I don't have any proof of any of this. This is just me allegedly and just speculating. He already knew your friend was friends with you. And once he figured out that you were down, he played that game. You were the most special person in the world. He took you out on dates. He love bombed the hell out of you. And just when he got you where you wanted, and you felt love and you felt affection, and he was giving you that, he started asking you those fantasy questions. And that's where you go wrong, because you tell them. They break you, your defenses get broken down because you think all of this is because of love. And honestly, that you're accountable for that, because there was a lack in you. And then now you're taking down the road of being a prostitute too. Because you participate in these hotel nights, the departure nights. And it is transactional because he's paying your rent. He got you where you were making money from IG and all of this other stuff. You had your thing going on. But you lost focus because there was some part of you that felt flattered. And two and three things could be true at the same time. You felt you felt flattered. You thought you could stick it to your baby daddy. And you probably liked him. Just like ladies can hit a lick, men can hit a lick too. And you was his sucker. And he led you down the path of the debauchery. He had no care or concern. Once he felt like he was losing grip, then he'd give you those little, because you didn't ask for much. A shower and cuddle time. Netflix and chilling. He'd give you those couple of hours and then turn around and take 18, 20, 48 hours with you in these freak offs. And then you're caught in the loop. Because now you're like Cassie, don't know where your neck, if you're going to pay any bills. He's paying all the bills. He's paying for your home. He realizes, oh, well, I could stop paying for a home. Bet the worst case scenario is that you go find a cheaper, an apartment in your price range. So he knew that wasn't going to keep you. So he walked you right into another trap. Now you're his drug mule. Transporting drugs from Los Angeles to Miami for him. Not once, not twice, but several times. Picking them up from his employees. So now you're severely caught up. Your only saving grace, even though you decided in October to be fooling with him between October and October 23 up into February 24, once you saw the lawsuit come out, and I surely hope you read it, you should have seen yourself in Cassie. You should have seen the okey doke. Exactly. Thank you, Donna. This trial is a cautionary tale that us ladies can learn from. Also, as a parent, teach your daughters about these creepy type of guys. In every life, everyone will bump up with the creep as parents. We can give our kids a heads up so they won't go down this road. Exactly. And we can give our sons these cautionary tales about being these freaky type of guys. Teach them about consent. Teach them about love bombing and not to do it. Tell them that's coercive. Those are red flags. Of course. You think about it. This man has hit licks several times. And you see the pattern is the same MO. The difference is the girls, they don't realize, they don't know each other. They just know he's doing something else, and then they call themselves being jealous. You should just taking my time. But I'm sorry, Miss Jane Doe, because you surely should have got a copy of that lawsuit. You surely should have read that lawsuit. You surely would have seen. If you didn't know then, you would have known in November that he hit a lick. What did you think going back after February 2024? I don't understand, because by that time there was lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. 2024, it was raining lawsuits for Diddy. Raining lawsuits. Raining lawsuits. And nothing clicked in your head? Now, I don't want you to say that I'm blaming the victim. That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying at some point, and I'm quite sure that the prosecution had been talking to a whole bunch of folks, and you can't make me believe that they weren't talking to her. You had to know that the arrest was, well, I don't want to say that. I don't want to put these predicaments in his head. I'm just saying that after November 2024, there shouldn't have been no get back. Exactly. Teach our sons. I talk to them about ratchet women. Keep your hands off them. If she puts her hands on you, ghost her. Exactly. And if she talks out, if she talks disrespectful to you, ghost her as well. There has to be mutual respect. And if someone can't respect you and respect your boundaries and make you feel safe, leave them folks alone. It'd be these red flags, but a lot of times we don't teach people this. We don't teach people the things, we don't teach our kids the things that they need to know, because we think if we start talking about relationship and intimacy and all these other stuff, you're just giving them a license. No. These young people be lambs to the slaughter because they don't understand or know that they could be doing something else. And they get caught up in situations that the naivety, they don't have no way to get out. And again, I'll say it again for ladies, society will say it's always your fault. Somehow, some way, we have been mind-effed to think that we're the victims and the abusers all at the same time. We think, ladies, because we can teach our daughters how to cook and clean and how to wash clothes and take care of a household and take care of kids, adultify them in that way. We think that they're just mature and they would know anything and know everything. They don't. That myth out here that girls mature faster than boys, that is absolutely incorrect. They do not. It's just that society sees girls doing things that their parents have taught them, cooking and cleaning and being polite and talking and being able to have conversations and stuff like that. You see those things and think that they are adults, and you adultify these young girls. And then you get to talking to them. I'm gonna back up here because now talking to these 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old teenagers, because they know how to do all of that. And then ladies who you identify as the older women, the aunties, the elders, or whatever, you get to spewing this competition mess, thinking that you're actually in competition with the teenager, when truly what it is, that you are in love with a fan, old freaky a ninja. And then it's some kind of crazy loop, because then this teenage girl really thinks that she's an adult, because here you are with your grown butt going back to holler, you need to stay away from my man, you're just fast. Meanwhile, you don't have no smoke. You ain't got good sense because you don't have no smoke for the gentleman. Oops, let me go back. The male, and it's this crazy spirally loop. And we need to get out of this crazy spirally loop. All right, let's see where we are. All right, prosecution question. After your first hotel night in May 2021 with Dawn, what did you do next? Jane, out on a yacht. And later, answer, we would just sleep after hotel nights. Prosecution, what did you write in this note? Answer, I write, why am I just for your freaky desires? Best question you could have asked. Question, did Sean send you this to you? Did you send this to Sean? Answer, no, I did not have the courage. Question, and this note? Answer, I wrote, you were partying with another girl. You just want me for debauchery. I'm done being used by yous. You trashing my house with dirty debauchery. I'm done. Because remember, you're talking about a woman with a child, and they're doing the debauchery in the house. I'm not saying that they're doing the debauchery in the house with the child, but they're doing the debauchery in the home. And I guess he figures I'm paying for it, so I'm going to get this debauchery done. Prosecution. And what was this? Answer. Right after I sent my birthday, having relations with these men in the hotel room, Sean went on a vacation with another girl he was dating. Prosecution. How did he respond to your text? Answer. He wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. So she's saying that she's upset that he's going, and he's like, well, I didn't tell her about your birthday. Prosecution. What did he write to you next? Answer. That it looked like I had a nice birthday dinner with my girlfriends. Prosecution. Who paid for that dinner? Answer. Sean. Question. But was he there? Answer. No. Question. So this was in 2020, 2021, I guess. I don't know when her birthday is, so I can't pinpoint all of this. What question, what did he write you next? Answer, that it looked like I had a nice birthday dinner with my okay. Question, and here when you said you retired? Answer, after 3 men. Question, what did he write to you here? Answer, he wrote, I'm tired of you throwing X in my face. Let's just be friends. Question, what did you think he meant? Answer, anytime I brought up the hotel nights. Question, what did you write? Answer, are you really breaking up with me? And then she starts crying. You're the only man in my life. You took someone else to the place I have dreamt about. I have dreamed out. Where? Jane, Turks. Question, what did he write? Answer, he wrote, I'm tired of these long texts telling me what I'm doing wrong. I wrote, what am I doing wrong? Then they take a break. And then they say, so we're pretty much caught up. This was 16 minutes ago. With the jury out, counsel to Jane Doe. I want to bring the court's opinion that there are YouTube accounts that are actively trying to find, now, that are actively trying to find out Jane's identity. Where we find contact information, we reach out. We are recording live streams. OMG. Judge, do you have evidence if these people are in the courtrooms or in the overflow room? Jane's counsel, if we had found that, we would have asked for them to be banned from the courtroom or the overflow room. Judge, make an ex parte filing. I'll ask the marshals to investigate. Oops, 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 oops. Now, you remember what I told y'all at the beginning of this live stream? Baby, they are looking at these lives. And if you all have mentioned these people's names, not only are the people talking about it, but y'all need to take care of not putting it in the chats. Don't do that. Because you will get your fave out. And none of these content creators want the feds to be calling YouTube about them streams. Ooh. I'm going to read that again. Judge, do you have evidence if these people are in the courtroom or the overflow room? I'm going to read the whole thing again. So this is the counsel to Jane Doe. This is her counsel. I want to bring to the court's opinion that there are YouTube accounts that are actively trying to find out Jane's identity. When we find contact information, we reach out. We are recording live streams. So, baby, I bet you they are in that overflow room and looking around in that courtroom, baby, and they are looking at ooh, baby. Judge, do you have evidence if these people are in the courtroom or in the overflow room? Jane's counsel, if we had found that out, we would have asked for them to be banned from the courtroom or the overflow room. Judge, make an ex parte filing. I'll ask the marshals to investigate. There's going to be some of y'all that's going not, your faves are not going to be back up in that courtroom. Let's continue. Jane's counsel, if someone published her license, it would violate your order. Judge, send me what you can say, what you can. I'll consider it even over the break. This is what Inner City Press is saying. After This after it was said nothing in the order could have a chilling effect on the media. More should be said on this. Mm-mm. Let's get back. So we are at 3 minutes. We are caught up. We are caught up. Let me see where we are. Yeah, because they're about to be, it's about to be 4 o'clock there. And they're getting ready to stop. Prosecution. Please pull up this exhibit. What is this? Answer. A note on my notes. Question. Were you writing what you were feeling at the time? Answer. Yes. I wrote, you lied straight to my face to use me for a hotel night before your trip. Judge ain't playing today. No, no. Somebody is about to be kicked out of the courtroom. Prosecution. When you took a break from Sean, where did you travel? Answer. France. Sean started texting me again and again. Paris, Paris, Paris. Prosecution. How did it make you feel? Jane. That he cared. But I knew I had to stay strong. I went away for 5 days. Good for her. Jane. He was adamant we should see each other. I missed him too. Prosecution. Why? Jane. Because I loved him. Soon we were planning to go to Turks. I'd go to Miami first. Question. What did Sean write to you? Jane. He said, a night of debauchery, then to the beach. So he didn't miss you. He just missed. Ooh. Let's get up here. Okay, so let's get some context to what's going on. Let me get over here to CNN. It says, Jane Combs, I'd like to get off the hamster wheel and do something different with you. Prosecutor Marie Comey is now reviewing texts between Sean Diddy Combs and Jane after her birthday in February 2023 in Miami. Jane testified that on her birthday, Combs sprung a hotel night on her with the 3 men. And she texted him, why did you lie to me? She testified that after the hotel night on her birthday, Combs embarked on a private vacation with another woman. It broke my heart because I just finished spending my birthday with these guys having relations with me, and then just for my partner to leave and do such a romantic gesture for someone else, she said. Jane said that she had a feeling in Miami that Combs was planning something for someone else, but when she asked him about it, he said no. Combs responded to Jane's text asking why he lied, because I didn't feel like telling you what I was doing with her. You had your birthday, and I didn't tell her what I was doing with you. Baby. She stopped texting Combs for 13 days after she pushed back on her birthday hotel night. Jane sent more texts to Sean Combs after she said he sprung the hotel night on her birthday. In those messages, Jane talked about her feeling used and lied to. He responded, anything you've asked me for, I've done. We'll miss each other. Jane then again reiterated in the text all that she wanted was to spend quality time with Combs. Combs texted Jane several times in the days after this. He said things like, miss you and let me make it up to you. She didn't answer for him for about 13 days, reviewing the phone records. All right. Jane's attorney asked judge to take further steps to protect her identity. Jane's attorney is addressing the court about media and social media reports about her identity. The attorney is asking the judge to take further steps to enforce the pseudonym order. The jury reacts to explicit photos shown in court. Before the break, a female juror placed her hand over her face as explicit photos were displayed on the screen in front of them. The jury were shown about 15 photos that Jane said were taken during a hotel night. Jane testified each of the photos showed her and another man, and Combs was present for all of them. The public was not able to see the photos. Says here, Jane drafted note, I just accept the fact that you were a pathological liar. Jane read a note from her phone that she wrote on February 12, 2023. She testified that it was about her thoughts toward Sean Diddy Combs. You know what, babe? It's okay. I just accept the fact that you're a pathological liar, the note read in part. And that was, we are caught up. That was 10 minutes ago. Oops. We didn't get this. We talked about the nipple piercings. She said, so we're reading from NBC. Jane says Combs asked her to get the nipple piercing, described preparations for hotel night. Jane said that Combs asked her to get nipple piercings while she was in a relationship with him. He said it would turn him on and that's what he wanted from his girl. He said that Combs recommended a place to get the piercing, and his former chief of staff, KK, shots, helped her set up the appointment. It felt like something bit them, she said, adding that she took them off after a year because they bled and got infected. Sean would say things like, where are my piercings? This is the last time I see where you don't have your piercings on, she said. He was agitated. Jane also described to the courtroom what she'd do to prepare for the hotel nights. I would always be on point. I would have my nails, hair, and tan, she said. I would have outfits and shoes ready, same types of shoes every night, high heels, stripper heels. I had them on the entire time of the night. It was a lot. The baby oil will make my feet sticky and oily. Get your degree, sirs. Amid the hotel night, Jane said she got a urinary tract and yeast infection almost every week, and that she had to take antibiotics for constant pain. It would take her between a week and a half and a couple of weeks to recover, she said. And sometimes she couldn't recover fully before another hotel night. She said she used to get soreness in her vagina and pelvic area every night, but that she never told Combs that. She also said she didn't stop when she got sore and she wasn't sure why. Jane said that Combs told her toward the end of their relationship that he didn't know how she felt about the hotel night, despite her saying that she told him multiple times in text and in person. Of course. They didn't know because he was getting ready to con you again. Baby, I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't want to do it. Even though I pouted like a 10-year-old. She testified she believed him at the time, but has reviewed their texts with each other, and that she had been telling him the same thing over and over again since 2021. Baby, you ain't got to tell it once. And if they can't get it, then they don't get it. Jane said that when she would tell him how she felt about the hotel nights in the relationship, he was upset, dismissive, and belittling. She said she felt used, and we went over that. Okay. Attorney for Jane says media outlets are trying to expose her identity. An attorney for Jane, an ex-girlfriend of Sean Combs, who's speaking in court on the condition of anonymity, says media outlets are trying to expose her identity. The attorney accused the outlets of live streaming and posting articles, actively attempting to uncover her client's identity, and asked the court to stop these attempts to violate the court's order. Judge Subramian said that members of the public are doing their own investigations and are making attempts to discern her identity. Judge told the attorney to identify who is trying to do this and make a submission, adding that he will consider issuing a gag order to the media if someone is found to have violated the rules. Y'all, I think we are done for the day. Well, maybe not. All right, here we go. Jane, I said no. We have to reconnect. He said, cool. Prosecution, did that turn out to be true? Answer, no. Question, what did you do in Miami? Question, we bickered about prayers. He said his girl can't just up and leave like that. Prosecution, this photo? Answer, our dinner. Prosecution, then what? Jane, he took a pill and we went to a hotel. We were watching illicit videos. And Sean said, do you want Dawn? And what did you say? Yes. Dummy. Why? I was just used to it. Then we went to Turks. I think we are done for the day. Let me see if there's an update on any one of them. Baby, I am excited to see when I see these lives this evening, because I know of one live where the YouTuber called this woman's name and then tried to flub and do something else. And that was last night. Which was interesting because this particular YouTuber didn't flub when it came to Mia, and was talking about how disgusted that they were about people on social media doing that. And then here you are mentioning that name. Let's refresh. All right. Prosecution. And in Turks, Jane, Paul came in. So now Paul has been in Atlanta. Paul hadn't been in Atlanta, Miami, and Los Angeles, and now he's in Turks. Prosecution, what happened? Answer, I'm back in an outfit. I'm going to try to do another round. It was really painful, and I couldn't do it. Why not? I was extremely sore at this point. Sean tried to lube me up. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Well, the last thing that CNN did was 19 minutes ago. And 31 minutes ago, So what I'm gonna do is clock it, because again, it is 4 o'clock there, and they usually finish at 4 o'clock. And this wasn't one of the dates that they said that they were going to stay longer. Let me see. Yeah, so they are through, and I'm about to be through, because my nosy butt is about to go to these lives, and I'm fixing to see the people who I saw that were doxing this woman. I want to see if they're doing lives, and I'm also going to check and see if they deleted their lives from yesterday. All right, people, baby, this today was huge. Today was huge. Now, it's going to be interesting. The things that are standing out to me. The one thing that's standing out is that the one things that are standing out to me, y'all, is that hold on. Y'all, please hit that like button, and please hit that heart button. I'd appreciate it. What's standing out to me is I think that the prosecution learned from Mia to get everything out in the open, talk about what she did and what she didn't do. I think they learned that from Cassie as well when they so it's going to be interesting. They've given everything. They've shown where Diddy was the one arranging all of this. Then Diddy asking her to arrange all the freak offs. So hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to see. Okay, so they saw her notes. They showed us that in over here on but anyway. So I think that the prosecution did a good job of making sure they not only showed what Diddy was doing, they showed what she was doing. They showed the progression of all of this. They talked about Diddy requesting her to move mood altering substances across state lines. They talked about how they both were arranging for the hotel nights across state lines. They talked about how she would get the mood altering substances from KK and other members of Combs Enterprise. I think they were more effective getting out the information of how things were going. So they would do this, they would transport the people across the state lines. I think they made it a little bit clearer for me on how to see how someone could be trafficked. You're paying for their you're paying for their homes, you're paying for all their different things, and in turn they need to do something for you. And every time he felt like he lost a hold, then there was another stake. And the second stake that I think that he put up was the fact that, because the first stake was he moved her from New York to LA. And then he put her up in a place that only he could afford. So he was paying for that. They would continue to do the hotel nights. And then when she started talking about how she didn't want to do it or how she didn't want to do it, then the stakes got amped up. It went from him arranging everything to now she was supposed to arrange the people. And then when there was a comfortability in the people of who she, they were going to have the right people, then the stakes went up a little higher, because now if she wanted to leave, because she couldn't leave because he was paying for her stuff. Then she couldn't leave because she was complicit in setting up the hotel things. Now she couldn't leave because now she was responsible for being his mood enhancer's mule, drug mule. And then once he had her in that situation, he was like, well, you know, she's about done because she's not doing them like I want to. So now he's publicly out with somebody else. She's still getting a little jealous because, again, she still believes that she is the one. And she's slowly realizing that she's not. So I can understand those stakes up until, and I'm just going to tell you real truthfully, up until November 2023. And the reason why I can't, because during that time, that's when Cassie's lawsuit came out. So you had enough time. And not only Cassie, but there were several other lawsuits that came out at that time. So at that time, you had enough time. Uh-oh, y'all, wait a minute. We got some more. All right. She said that I was extremely sore at this point. Sean tried to lube me up. Okay. He says, you can't take any more D. I threw the bracelet and said, you only brought me here to suck D for you. I was talking, then sat on the steps of a villa. Prosecution. Did Sean talk? Answer, yes. He says, how can you make me look like that in front of Paul? Jane. Sean told me to apologize to Paul. I messaged him and said I was sorry how I acted and that I was really glad he came out to see me. Prosecution. Who told you to do that? Jane. Sean. He controlled Cassie by putting her head through the washer and dryer. We don't know how he controlled the other victim because she didn't show up. He controlled Mia by playing that father figure to her. And then for her, he just kept her in a drug-induced state. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, let's get some more context to this. So let's get over here to CNN. Jane said that she didn't respond to Sean Diddy's calls after they fought following her 2023 birthday celebration. So that was in February, they said. Ended with a hotel night. But Combs continued to call and text her a lot. Also, he had some of his staff, including an assistant and a butler, reach out to her, a la Cassie, Jane testified. She said she didn't respond to any of them. Jane said she had scheduled a trip to Paris for Fashion Week after her fight with Combs. She said it had been over 2 years since she had gone on a trip on her own. A few hours before her flight, Combs started texting her repeatedly about Paris, and then he called her phone like 30 times in a row, a la Cassie. Jane said that she hadn't told him about the trip, and she had no idea how he found out. That's because he had your phone tapped. She testified that she didn't respond, even though she said it made her feel like he cared. She went to Paris for about 5 days, and when she got back, she and Combs started talking again. We were bickering, but he was adamant that we should see each other, and I missed him as well, Jane said. She said that Combs told her to come to Miami so they could figure out a trip together as a birthday makeup trip. Jane read some messages between her and Combs from March 12, 2023. She testified that they had been talking about planning the makeup trip to Turk and Caicos. In the messages, Combs said that they should plan a night of debauchery and fun and then straight to the airport. Jane testified that meant that he would have a hotel night. She responded, I just want us. We need to connect. Cool, Combs said. Jane testified that day in Miami before the trip, they were bickering about Paris. He was just showing he was just showing just agitation about the fact that I had just up and left and how his girl can't do that. Mhm. Let's refresh and see if there's anything else. All right. Prosecution. Question. What did you write to Sly? Answer. If he could something to Turks, I told him he'd need a passport and a vaccination. What did Sly Sapon? He said, I'm willing, but I don't have a vaccination card. Question. Why did you do this? Jane, to make up to Sean. Prosecution. Why did you write this way to Sly and Paul? Answer. I wanted them to feel good, like they were not being used. Why? I just do. Prosecution. What was the love contract in March 2023? He asked, how much did I want per month? I said 15. He said 10. Didn't we get this? This is like something we had already gotten before. Y'all, I'm thinking that we are through, but they got us here 18 minutes over. Let me just check a few things. Mm-hmm. Well. So while we're waiting, y'all, I'm going to share this screen and we are going to listen to this. Now, this was the lady that I told you that got kicked out of the courtroom. Let's see what she's got to say. Let's see what she has to say while we're waiting. Ah. Oh Lord, this is craziness. I just that was just a little sidebar stuff until we could get back to see if there's anything else. Let me refresh one more time. If there's nothing coming up, y'all, I'm gonna let y'all go because woo child, so much stuff going on. All right, let's continue. We've got some more information. Prosecution. He started paying your rent? Answer, yes. Prosecution. Who's paying your rent now? Answer, Sean. What else did Sean pay for? Answer, my teeth. Prosecution. What do you mean? Jane. Sean didn't like my teeth. I got new veneers. He also paid to furnish the house. My allowance just didn't do it. I used 3 credit cards. Girl. Listen to this. Read this. I'm going to read this. This is from Amber, and she wrote this a minute ago. She says, note, traffickers and pimps disguise control as love or generosity, making it harder for victims to recognize the abuse and break free. Brittany says, oh, she didn't have a choice but to testify. Interesting. She was definitely in that hotel room before he went to jail. Because, interesting, because they did say that they found it looked like there was a woman present in there. Stuff is just coming out a little slower now. Let's refresh this. Yeah. It is almost 4:30 there. Are they going to go to 5 today? They didn't mention that they were going to go this late. Let's see if we can do some little sidebar stuff to find something sidebarish while we wait. Because today was an exciting day. Today was an exciting day. They was talking about those things. And it doesn't look like anybody is streaming at this point because they're probably all in the courtroom. We'll just watch a little bit of this. Mm, y'all, y'all. And I think I'm almost about talked out. Because that's going to be an interesting thing. Let's go back to da 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 da. Let's go back to our graphic here. Shout out to Nate the lawyer. He's the one that provided this graphic. I think they spent today. Now I don't know because she again she talked about how he set up all of these different things and how he set them up and how he was paying all of her stuff. It will depend on whether or not that the jury believes her, and that's going to be key because they've been burnt out. They've been burnt by Mia, and they've been burnt by Bonna. So they may or may not believe her. But I do think that the prosecution did a good job of showing where she was complicit and where Diddy was complicit. Now, whether they believe that she was doing it because she was coerced, that's a whole nother story. But the things that they're going to have to understand and know is that he was ordering her to pick up the mood enhancers, because that was the biggest thing that stood out to me today. That she went to go pick up the mood enhancers and she traveled from Los Angeles to Miami and she put it in her checked bag. And then she received those mood enhancers from different security people and or KK. And KK said, "Hey, I do it all the time. No problem. I do this all the time." She does it all the time. So I don't know, y'all. We'll try one more time. Mm. Sean didn't like my teeth. I got new veneers. He also paid to furnish the house. My allowance just didn't do it. I used 3 credit cards. I had promised him an all-star party. Prosecution. Comey, what's that? Answer. I bring the top 3 guys all in at the same night. Girl. Why? Jane. I was with my lover and he liked that. I told him I have to be awake at 8 a.m. I said the last time I got sick. Who did that? Baby, today has been a day. She has given us so much information. So much information, y'all. She has given us, I have to come out my head wrap. I'm getting hot. She's given us more information than I thought we would ever need or want. More information than I think we ever need and want. But again, I'm telling you all, this is just a cautionary tale on how you can get hooked, how you can get caught up. So being able to have that nice apartment and all this stuff and believing that someone loves you when they make you turn tricks, they don't love you for real. If this case hasn't shown anybody, if it hasn't shown you anything, all money ain't good money. All money ain't good money. Prosecution. This first text, answer. He felt hesitation from me about the all-star party, he asked. Does your lady parts hurt? You're not being straight with me. Prosecution. The second, a minute later, answer. He quoted my text asking for help with more furniture for the house. Interesting. This person, I can't read his name, Saqib Hamid, says this is a classic pimp dynamic. She was in love and got to good parts of this arrangement. Sorry about that. She was in love and got to get the good parts of this arrangement. She had these, if she didn't, he would get mad. Her payment would stop. Financial and emotional coercion, classic. I see what government is saying. Now, the only part is if the government didn't bring charges, would she continue this arrangement or not? Cassie didn't. That's the only thing irking me. That's an interesting point because I'm starting to believe that she went back with him and she was with him up until the day that he was arrested. I am interested to know, was she the woman whose clothes and stuff were in the hotel that they found? Because remember, they found a lot of women's clothing. Give you a star. Thanks for that. All right. Y'all, I've been saying this, and every time there's always something different. So let's refresh it and see if anything else has come up. All right. Prosecution. Here Sean writes, Rico is ready. What was that? Answer. Maybe the man named Michael. Or wait, maybe it was a role play and Sean was Rico. Prosecution. You don't know? Jane, I don't. Interesting. This is from Lawyered Up. So, were any of these payments linked to a hotel night, debauchery night, or is it a rich boyfriend doing something nice for his girlfriend? Also, these are not part of the love contract. This is over and above the contract. That is interesting. Let's see what someone answered. He basically paid for her acts and he took her across state lines to perform those acts. What's it called when someone takes a toot across state lines to have sex? Interesting. Let's refresh. Nothing's new. He says she's still paying her rent. Let's listen to the news from All right, so we're not going to continue this because there's some background music back there, and I don't want to get dinged for music that's playing in the background. So we won't watch the rest of this. Let's see if there's anything else that they're talking about. Because YouTube is very picky. Once that music gets to playing, they'll start dinging the whole live saying copyright. So I don't want that to happen. So whew, I don't know about y'all. I hope you all are going to have a good weekend this weekend. Enjoy yourselves immensely because this is a lot. I will like to just kind of just let you all know that tomorrow at hold on. Give me one moment. I'd have to figure out what's going on today. What is today? All right. So I have a live scheduled for tomorrow. Let's see. I think I give me one push. Let's see. So it's going to be Saturday. That's just tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be talking about the red flags of a toxic relationship. So please join me in that. We're going to be going over some more of my anecdotal type information about stuff like that. Would love to see you all come out and support. We are definitely going to check the link one more time. All right. Prosecution. Why did you send Sean a photo of pink toilet paper? Answer, to show that my period was about to come down. and that I needed the night off. Let's postpone. Prosecution. What did he write back? You're getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done. Ooh. Well, well. At some point, y'all, it is almost 5 o'clock there. They are not leaving, are they? Well, I can tell you this. There will probably be some more information that is coming. However, I don't think that the defense will be able to start their cross examination of her until Monday. So we're kind of feeling like that's going to be the thing. But let me, we're going to wait. We're going to wait. Mm, mm, mm. No one has an update. No one. And y'all know how I hate to get to this point. That no one has an update. Nothing at all. No one is on live. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Oh, 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 oh. Baby. Let's refresh again. All right, people. Oh, we've got a question. What's going on? Hello there. How are you today? Honey, listen. Have you been listening? Have you had a recap of what's going on today? Because we're at a little break today. Because baby, she got out here. I would just tell you, if you want me to recap, make sure you have a degreaser around you, because honey, it got nasty, oily, sweaty, and wet up in here. They show the jury. Oh, girl, let me just tell you. Honey, Jane Doe got up here and talked about uh how these well, they weren't called freak offs when in her time and era. In her time and era, they're called debauchery nights or hotel nights. So she testified yesterday that she met him through her friend. Her friend was dating Diddy and dating someone else. And then once her friend left was engaged to somebody else, she started dating him. She said it started off really well. And we talked about this earlier about him love bombing her. He dated her. She was the only one that he would take her to the Turks and Caicos. He would take her to Miami. They would yacht. They would go to all these little different places. And then, baby, then he asked her. Well, listen. Let me tell you something. He's still old school, but he's modernized. Baby, he done modernized. He done left them candles alone. He's added the extra baby oils and oils, but he puts more sheets down in the hotel room. So the hotel room is not getting destroyed like they used to be when he had the candles and the candle wax. Now, instead of the candles, he uses a red light. The red light sets off the mood a little bit better. But his tactics are the same. He did the same that he did with Cassie is the same that he did with this woman. You know, he wined her and dined her. He showed her a life. She was with another man, and he made it his point in his business to get with her. And I think that he got with her because of her ex-boyfriend, because Diddy knows her ex-boyfriend. And so I think he got with her because of that. And he moved her from New York to Los Angeles. Then after he moved her there, they started talking about their fantasies and stuff like that. And once he got her to agree to that one time, like he did Cassie, to display the fantasy, baby, it was off to the races, honey. Every time you turn around now, the first from 2021 up until 2022, somewhere in there, he was the one making all the arrangements for the hotel nights. So, and then up in 2022-ish, he started making her do it. Now, the prosecution was good to let her talk and let her also and I'm using the word implicate because it's not difficult, but I don't know if the jury hears the coercion, because it starts off with she's working, she's an Instagram person, she's an IG model, she's an influencer, so she's making a lot of her money being a content creator. Once she starts with Diddy, and then she starts participating in these hotel nights, just like Cassie had reported, they started to become the full-time job. She talked about doing that. She also talked about how they would last. She would talk about, she would think that she was through because one person would be 12 hours. She thinks she was through because before, when they started it, when they got through with that one person, they would cuddle. Child, it stopped there, honey. Once she was through with that one person, he just walked in somebody else and they started for another 12 hours. Exactly. Exactly. Just like he did Cassie. He just made her the sex worker because he wasn't taking her anywhere. She never testified that they went anywhere but to places and hotels that they were going to have the hotel nights. I mean, she went to Turks and Caicos, but he took her to Turks and Caicos when they first started dating. He took her to Turks and Caicos. He took her to the Bahamas. He's done all of that. And so he was just going to Miami, going to Los Angeles. And then towards the end of their relation, let me get you here. So they're doing all of these little freak offs. She talked about how there was a couple of guys who repulsed her. And then he tried to make her, but she stood her ground that she wasn't going to go with the two guys that repulsed her. But then he got pissed off. Every time she was asking about using protection, he would get mad. Now, what's interesting, this difference between her and Cassie, he didn't put her head through the washers and the dryers like he did Cassie. Again, this woman had a child. So he would pay for all of her stuff. So the apartment that he hooked her up with in Los Angeles, he was paying for it. So when she would kind of whine about not wanting to do the hotel nights, he would talk about, oh, well, what are you going to do? Da-da-da-da this, da-da-da-da that. So then when he figured out, hey, she was to the point where, she was getting child support from her child's father. That would be enough money for her to find her a place to live and do whatever it is she needed to do. She can go back to influence. Then he upped the stakes. How did he up the stakes? He started making her be the one to arrange the debauchery nights. And then it happened. And then once she would complain about not wanting to do it, and then, him crying about it or making her feel bad, that didn't work. He upped the stakes again, because then he was going to make sure that she was going to have to continue to come back. So not only is he paying for it, not only is he now making her be the one to make the arrangements and things like that, he then turned her into his drug mule. So what he would do was he would go off to Miami and say, hey, you need to come over to Miami. But before you come to Miami, he would then have her go over there to KK. And then KK would give her the package and she would put it in her check bag. And then she would go to Miami with this check bag full of mood enhancers. And she didn't do that once. She did it she testified that she did it about 2 or 3 times. So now, and then that's also how he kept her coming back, because he was giving her all of these drugs, ecstasy, ketamine, oxy, Xanax, all kinds of drugs that he was giving. She was doing all of these different things. The woman would even complain about being sore. He'd just lube her up and tell her to keep going. She talked about one lasted almost 72 hours. She said that she, she talked about all the UTIs and the yeast infections that she would have. And no more that she can clear up a yeast infection or a UTI. Once she was maybe like a day from being cleared, boom, they start over again. And then he would manipulate her like, oh, I love you and all this other stuff. But again, he wasn't taking her nowhere. And then in 2022, what happens? He starts going with Carisha. And he took Carisha to the Met Gala. And he was on a podcast with Carisha, because you remember when they had that podcast? Well, I saw it on IG Live, and she was talking about, we go together real bad. And he was just laughing and kiki, and he was having the world know that he was out with Carisha. And then he took Carisha to the Met Gala. So they took a break between October 2023 and February 2024. Now, here is where I had a little, I miffed with her about, because of the fact that in November 2023 is when Cassie came out with her lawsuit. So if she didn't understand that she was being used just for that, girl, there was at least 8 or 9 of them. And she could never get it cleared up. But by the time Cassie's stuff came out, there's no way in the world that you can make me believe, because she was on a break from Diddy. And there was no way in the world you could make me believe that she did not know about that law. I mean, because it was too big in the news. And I don't know if she picked it up and read it or not. But she should have seen her whole life pass before her eyes if she would have read that Cassie's lawsuit. And then she should have thought something was odd, because he settled the day after. Now, she probably couldn't relate for her head being pushed in the washer and dryers, because that's not what he was doing. He wasn't controlling her in that nature. But in February of 2024, she went back to him. And then she reported that between February and up until the time that he was arrested, they only had 5 hotel nights. And just from reading the comments down here up under some of these posts, a lot of people are believing that she was probably the woman that was whose clothing was shown in the pictures, because there was women's clothing and a bag of women's stuff the night that he was arrested. And you remember he had all of his freak off stuff confiscated when the police came to arrest him. So that's where we are. We're just waiting I'm just going to refresh it a couple of more times to see if, because they've gone over their 3 o'clock charge. No, we don't. Okay. Here we go. We've got something 10 minutes ago. And they're still going. Okay, let's start. Prosecution. What do you mean? Movie night was not on my mind. What was that? Answer. We would not have an entertainer. We just watch our own movies of the hotel nights. We called it movie night. Prosecution. What did you write? Answer. I wrote, why do you talk about the father of my child? All because you don't get your way one night and bust a nut. Woo! Who can we? Prosecution. What did you write? Answer. I wrote, why do you talk about the father of my child? All because you didn't get your way on one night and bust a nut? Question. What did he say back in this voice message? And we hear Combs' voice. I don't have time, baby girl. Combs' voice. You need to get on your job. Prosecution. How did you interpret that? Answer. Making sure he's happy, including these nights. Prosecution. How did you respond? Answer. That he always brought up paying for the house. It felt like, I don't know, this guilt trip. All right. All right. So now we've got his voice telling her to get on her job. Baby, this is a mess. This Tina, this is a mess. So I think that this is pretty song. Let me see what people are saying. Ooh. They are not relenting, y'all. All right, so let's look what the NBC says. It says text shown in court and read by Jane show that Combs became irritated at her when she postponed an all-star hotel night because she was on her period and feeling unwell. An all-star hotel night involves more than one entertainer at one time, Jane explained. She said that she texted Combs that her body hit a wall and that she didn't want to do drugs, to which he responded, drink champagne instead. When she told him she got her period and shared a picture with him proving she was menstruating, Combs accused her of acting weird as F and playing him. F you for real? Leave me alone, Combs texted her. Jane texted back that she'd been giving him hotel nights for 2.5 years and she's not a liar, cheater, or a sex robot. My gosh, today. We just need to have a serious talk about everything, she wrote. Combs did not respond to her for 3 weeks. Baby. Prosecution. It's about time. I think this is a good time to break for the day and week. Judge. Jurors, thanks for staying late. Avoid any coverage about the case. All rise and the jury leaves. Baby, this today has been a lot, y'all. This was a lot. It was oh yeah, and we were talking about this earlier. This type of behavior didn't just start in his adulthood. This type of behavior, in my opinion, and like I said, you know how my opinion is, everything is alleged. And I don't know these folks, and I'm just making, just filling in gaps. But this type of behavior didn't start with him being an adult. Because it has been rumored that his mother used to have these parties that where there would be women of the night or whatever come in. They'd have rooms. She would provide the fish and the liquor, and then folks would come over and they would, do all of this stuff. So because this type of voyeurism and stuff like that, this just didn't start. This just didn't. This there's no, I just can't believe that this type of stuff started when he was an adult. Now, yes, I understand people in the rumors that he had been around other people who participate in a lot of debauchery, but everyone has their own little kink in regards to debauchery. You know what I mean? There's some people that like it rough. There's some people, with the BDSM. There's some people, that like the furry, so they put on the furry costumes. And then you have those people that like to be kids and stuff, children and stuff like that. They like to, wear the diapers and stuff like that. You have that. And then you have those people that like to watch. And I don't think that you can make me believe that this type of stuff just happened, right when he was an adult. I think that this is something that he's possibly has had for quite a long time. But now that you couple a man with talent plus money plus his level of debauchery and kink, and this is what you get. And then you add women who want to be around men with power. Oh, let's listen to this. This is coming from NBC News. An audio message from Combs to Jane played in court. He warned she was going to have a rude awakening. You will have silence if she did not participate in hotel nights with him. I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, he said in the message. Then he told her, you got me on the job. It will never work like that over here. You need to get on your job, meaning his job of supporting her financially and her job of taking care of him and making sure he's happy. You have left me no choice. You have me treating you, he says. I'm trying to be clear. I'm going to disappear on you. Baby, Monday is going to be something. I don't know if she's still going to be addressed by the prosecution, but baby, when the defense get to her, it's going to be something. But I think they left off strong with that voice message. So was it in the home? You talk about Sean Combs' home when he was a younger child. If that, yes, I think that they saying that his mother would have those parties in the house. And you got to understand, his father, from what I understand from what they're saying, was like a drug mule or drug something with Frank Lucas back in the day. Because they said that that's partly how he was pruned from the timeline. I think they said that he was pew-pewed while he was sitting in a car somewhere. But yes, they say his mother would would have that. Yeah. They would have those types of parties and stuff like that, because they're like one shot to say that she was like a madam. So, but she would have it in the homes, and I guess she would take a cut of the girls' takings. And like I said, she was, it from the outside, it looked like a house party, but on the inside, it was debauchery. And, she had 2 kids. And so there's no way in the world that you're going to make me believe, even though I understand that those homes, are 3 stories, and she could have had her children yeah, kind of like Richard Pryor's grandmother. Because, up north, they have those 3, I don't know, you have them 3 and 4 story homes where you can have a big thing going on in the basement, something going on the first floor, but that top floor, that could be your bedroom, where you are. And the children could be up there, and they're not allowed to come down to the last 2 floors. So I'm quite sure, and don't ask me how I know about all of that, because I'm stum on that. But I know exactly what type of home that is. You'd have a grandma would be up there with the kids, because grandma would probably don't care nothing about all that, because she probably was hot in her prime, allegedly. So she would be up there with the kids, and then, mama would be making the money that she needed to make downstairs. So, child, a mess. But we learned a lot today. So again, let me pull up the graphic really quick and go over with you, and then I'm gonna go ahead and enjoy my weekend. Again, tomorrow between 1 p.m. Central Standard Time and 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be doing a live talking about the red flags of a toxic relationship. Yeah. Okay, because I have family that live like in New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut, and they'd have them 3 and 4 story homes, baby. Mm-hmm. And you have all what you want to have going on that basement and on that first floor, and then everybody will be upstairs and that the thing. Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. So let me just show this graphic really quick. So today, they talked about the transportation, because they were flying people out to the Turks and Caicos. They were flying people because they flying people to New York. They were flying people to, most of the people were like in Atlanta. A couple of people were in Atlanta, and they would fly them out to Miami or Los Angeles. So clearly that was going on. And at least, excuse me, I got the hiccups. And at least from 2021 through 2022, Sean Combs and his enterprise was making the arrangements, because he was picking the people, calling the people, making the arrangements. And then his travel agent, Jen, was making the flight arrangements. And KK was making sure that the, this right here, 13H, the drugs was there. And Mia has testified that she picked up those things and put it in her check bag and took them to Miami. She said she did that on 2 or 3 occasions, with KK telling her that it was safe to do. She said she received those mood enhancers from KK and 2 of the security people. I think that they've made a decent case for the trafficking, because basically he trafficked her. And that voice note that he left was very clear that she needed to get on her job. He was doing his job, and she needed to get on her job. So it was very clear. Forced labor, cross state lines. Yes, he did. Forced labor. She kept telling him her coochie was sore. He would just fill it up with lube and tell her to keep on. He would fill it up with lube and tell her to keep on going. The men had more compassion for her than he did. And she knew it was, and it was trafficking, because again, he stepped out with Carisha and promoted the Carisha, because they went together real bad. So he promoted Carisha as his girl. And if I'm not mistaken, and maybe they will hit on it on Monday, if I'm not mistaken, I think her and Carisha had a little tete-a-tete. Because remember, Carisha made some kind of statement about, I can make Diddy make you get on your knees. So then who was she? She was, in essence, his worker. And she talked about the payments that he provided the cash, because at that particular time, again, her brand deals had dried up. So the only way that she was making any money was he was paying for the house, the place that she was living in, and he continues to pay for it to this day. Girl, you need to find you a new place, because I can really bet you this is the last month that he gonna be paying for you. Shoot, when they arrested him, you should have got out. But she gonna stay as long as she can. Carisha told Jane Doe that she can make Diddy put her on her knees, because if I can remember correctly, they were having some kind of tete-a-tete. Now I don't know if it was her or if it was the other girl, because there's Jane Doe and then there was the other girlfriend. So I don't know if it was Jane Doe or the other girlfriend. Carisha said that she can make Diddy put her on her knees. Because at that point, Carisha had put herself up to be the main chick. This is messy. And then what's even messier, and this is a thing that bothers me about, and I'm going to take this graphic down. The thing that is bothering me, y'all, and it's the fact that here you have Cassie's lawsuit that came out that basically shows you that you weren't the 1, the 2, or the 3. Your level on the totem pole. And I don't know how you didn't read that, or if you read that. That's to be a good question that I would ask. If you read that, that would be something as a defense attorney that I would have asked. If you read that, did you not realize who you were to him? And here's the kicker. She testifies that they were on a break between October 2023 until February 2024. So basically, they got back together for the birthday. She wanted her birthday to be entertained. And what happened when her birthday was entertained? She had another hotel night in 2024. And she had them less frequently. She said there was probably 5 between February 2024 until he was arrested. So at this point, again, I think, like I said, I think the prosecution did a good job by putting all of this information out. I think they did a good job by also letting us know what her flaws were and what her role was in stuff. I think the defense is going to come back next week and say, were you giving an immunity deal? They're going to probably ask her, did she read Cassie's lawsuit? They're going to ask her, did she want to be there February through September? I don't know, y'all. A mess. All right, people. A mess. This was more than I wanted to get out. This was more information that I wanted to get out, but we got it out, and that's how we're going to live it. But y'all, we do this every week. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Please share this video if you care. Y'all, please tell a friend, tell a kin, tell a coworker, tell that heifer that you can't stand that I'm over here making these videos. And as always, people, bye-bye. And you all have a great weekend, and we'll come back here on Monday at noon Central Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The prosecution has about, I think they have next week or either this week and then next week is the last week that they have, or they have a few more days after that, because I know the defense is going to start mounting their defense either next week or the week after next. But y'all have a good weekend. And again, if you want to join me tomorrow between 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be going over how to spot the red flags of a toxic relationship. Bye-bye.